Decorations, and Domino's Guam. Back to more of your holiday favorites right here on the Holiday Soundtrack.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a dance holiday. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a dance holiday. What's up, Guam? We're loving off today. And we're coming to you live from 94.
Merry Christmas, Guam.
Yeah.
And a dancehall New Year.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. That's all. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. And that's all. Yeah. Wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. And that's all. Yeah. Say Santa, 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 Santa. Everyone to call it, they call it Santa's helper. Everyone to call it, they call it Christmas tree. Everyone to call it, they call it malfunction. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, yeah, 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 yeah. Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a dance holiday. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a dance holiday.
KUAM-FM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Rosinya uli di sombranzelten mag et zu ita saluda antes Dio hum niga Radzaudz and malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como cupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atten fanni bandera co esta pagua puma la pa Gilo tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko thee.
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria a big islas en Paraiona, Parai Gloria, abiba islas en Toru y tempo y paz, paraíta, zanginila, nina bendición. Contra perigo na avança fuam dos proteis landon. Contra perigo na avança fuam dos proteis landon.
6:13 in the morning. Good morning, Guam. Welcome back to the show on this New Year's Eve. Oh my God, we're about to count down and say bye-bye. Bye, Felicia. Bye, 2020 in just a couple hours. I'm so excited. Welcome to another show. We got a jam-packed show for you guys. But yes, man, the link here being brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. What a show. We're back here with your host, the one and only Sabrina Salas Matinati. In the Zoom room, we have Andy Wheeler here in studio as well. We have Jason Salas, Joe Sir, myself, Victorious, here for another jam-packed show. Good morning, guys, and Happy New Year's Eve.
Happy New Year's Eve. Oh, we made it.
Morning. Obviously, Vic is fired up, ready to go.
I'm ready to say bye, Felicia.
Bye, bye, bye.
Yeah, it took you about 364 days to come around, but you know, hey.
Oh, man.
Did you guys see the Joe Sir cam shot? That full moon outside?
Yeah.
Nice.
Ow!
Oh, goodness.
You about to turn, bro?
Yeah?
It's like, are you about to morph or something?
Yeah. Well, you know, An American Werewolf in London is one of my favorite movies, actually. We have a lot of people joining us from some places that we don't really see, so we appreciate the comments. Thank you, guys. You're part of the Link fam now. Norfolk, Virginia is checking in. Very, very nice.
Good morning, Guam from Killeen, Texas. Stay safe, everyone. That's from Annie Bonds.
Speaking of Texas, Angie Meno is saying Hafaday, good morning, and have a safe New Year to my family and friends from Houston, Texas.
Houston. Oh, it's crazy. I have family in Killeen and Houston.
Okay, so I see your Killeen and I raise you a Houston.
Knock, is that how you say it? Knock Jenk. Buenas and Happy New Year's. Angelo Esper. Also, Hafaday and Happy New Year. Rose Ann Marson. She says, good afternoon from Omaha, Nebraska.
Nice. It's like Peyton Manning's in the room. Omaha! 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 Like, Andy's the only one who gets that right now, because he's the... Okay, I got a little bit of a smile from Andy, and he's like, you're digging your own grave, bro.
Peter Lozano, God bless and have a safe New Year 2021.
Wait, can we go back to Omaha for just a second? Have you guys seen those commercials for like that subscription service you can find online where you can buy like Omaha steaks? Okay, chat room, has anybody ever tried that? Because they look amazing. Mm-hmm. You get these steaks and they're from Omaha, Nebraska, but like, and I think they shipped them to you. I mean, I do Dollar Shave Club because, you know, it's razors, whatever, but I don't think it would work here because of the, you know, obviously it's like raw meat.
Maybe if you pack it like in dry ice.
I wouldn't want my steaks to get stuck in Richmond.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Take that, logistics. Yeah, okay. What is the longest you guys have ever ordered something online, Amazon or whatever, and then it gets stuck in Richmond, California? If you guys have no idea what we're talking about, out here in Guam, and I believe it's also for Hawaii and our friends in Alaska too. Okay, Joe Sir, is it you? Yeah, Joe Sir orders like a lot of audiovisual gear. But I've had clothes, I've had, you know, some books, birthday presents even that are time sensitive. That's way out the window. But basically they come on a container or a boat, and if the vessel, whatever, is not completely full, then they wait for it to fill up before they send it out here. And everybody's like, Richmond!
Well, all the more reason why you should buy local, okay?
Support local.
Yeah, support local. Who do we have here? Roberto Fraccassini, our good friend. Buongiorno and buon anno, Guam. You already read Houston, Texas. Angelo Esper, I think I read that one. Good morning, Guam. Angelo Titano from Riverbank, California.
I like this message from Vivian Lorenzo. Happy New Year, Guam 2021. Chiu!
Yep.
Chiu! I like that. And Chiu back to everybody. Nice.
Mm-hmm. That is nice.
Oh, we have the ATL checking in, you guys. Lori Higginbotham Smith. Happy New Year to my daughter stationed on Guam from Atlanta. Jordan, have you guys ever been to Atlanta?
Yes, I've been to Atlanta.
You've been to Atlanta?
Yeah, I went there and visited the CNN headquarters.
Oh, that's
Marie
right.
and I went, and we did like one of the personal tours, met with some of the people over there, saw how they did their operations many years ago.
Andy, you've been all over the Eastern Seaboard and everything. Was Atlanta one of your stops? Huh?
Oh, yeah, we've been to Atlanta.
Nice.
It's a nice place. Our good friend Sean Gumatata. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, Sean. Here's it. Okay, so now I know two people named Nestor because Nestor Quintanilla, and he was posting some comments in yesterday, and I want to mention this because Hafaday, everybody, Jada Quintanilla, with ties to Agate, is an upcoming musical artist out of Greenville, South Carolina, and took first place at a concert. Please show her some support. Absolutely. So make sure to follow. That's Nestor Quintanilla in the comment stream, you guys, and let's show Jada all of our love because, man, we got to get we would love to see you on the Spotify.
We'd like to see you on our local music mashup.
Yeah, do it. Send it in.
Yeah, DM us. Let us know.
Yeah, Nestor, give us the contact there. You can find her on Tomorrow People on Facebook and IG, all 17 music platforms.
I've always liked the name Nestor, even
We'll
when we got our Nestor, Nestor Lacanto. Do you guys know the origins of the name Nestor? Nestor is from. Most famously, Nestor is from the Homeric play, the Iliad, of course. And okay, for those of you who aren't up on your literature, if you watch the movie Troy with Brad Pitt, your son watched that a lot recently, right?
Yes.
He said on a, is there no one else?
Yes.
Is there no one else? Okay, if you watch Troy, Nestor was actually the wisest of all of the Greeks, and he would actually advise King Agamemnon. So Nestor has always been someone who's like really, really smart and very, 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 very wise. So yeah, we're gonna give Jada all of our love and support. Okay, and Nestor actually goes, you can find her on the Chamorro People page or group on Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah, I kind of said that.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. You know, and we also have, speaking of arts, we're going to have an interview with Tyler Mazzarani. She's going to be interviewing the folks over at the Isla Center of the Arts at the University of Guam. So stay tuned for that interview.
I love this comment from Angelo Esper. Goes, hey guys, what type of box do you have in Richmond, California? I can get it for you. We appreciate the sentiment. Don't make that a public promise. You're going to have 1,000 DMs from people like, oh, I ordered a
In
t-shirt.
that case, you know what? I ordered some last week. Can you just double check on that?
I got some eucalyptus and peppermint wipes that I need, like they're on the way.
Right.
Hey, but, hey, appreciate the offer and everything like that. That's amazing.
All right. Well, let's get into the news. The Joint Information Center reports that there are 15 new COVID-19 cases out of 339 tests performed on Tuesday. Guam's current COVID case count since mid-March is now 7,308 with 121 deaths, 169 active cases, and 7,018 recoveries. There are 15 COVID admissions in island hospitals with 3 patients in ICU, 2 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is now 0.6. Due to overwhelming turnout of our elderly population to get vaccinated, another clinic will be held today at Ukudu High School for those who are 75 years of age and older. It will open at 9 a.m. and vaccines will be provided to the first 600 individuals. A government-issued ID is required, and participants will be asked to present a list of their current doctor-prescribed medication. As of yesterday, a total of 3,439 island residents have been vaccinated, with 3 people who have had an adverse reaction to the vaccine. Public Health will be providing water and light snacks to those waiting in line. Patients are advised to bring their own assistive devices like wheelchairs, scooters, walkers. Bring a jacket or sweater, as the post-observation room can get cold, and wear comfortable clothing and shoes. Additionally, healthcare workers who qualify under Phase 1A who were unable to receive their vaccine can go to the clinic between 2:30 p.m. and 3 p.m. to be immunized today. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Guam's Manumco are the prioritized group in the Phase 1B category, and moving forward, Public Health plans to vaccinate essential frontline Gov Guam, federal and private sector workers. However, as DPHSS Public Information Officer Janela Carrera explains, there is a limited supply, and the Vaccine and Antiviral Prioritization Policy Committee, or VAPPC, is currently narrowing down the list. She says the request for the vaccine from both the local and federal court will be revisited at a later date. As for the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine, it's set to be administered on January 7th for Phase 1A, that being healthcare professionals. Carrera says a new venue is being eyed.
We may not have Ukudu High School, especially now that we know that face-to-face learning has been approved. So we may not have this venue for our vaccination clinics. So we're looking at the possibility of using the EOG Cavill Fieldhouse as a venue.
Once a venue is finalized, the final announcement will be issued on the date and time for the second dose vaccination. GDOE may be returning to face-to-face instruction come January, but the University of Guam has other plans. UOG will continue distance learning, however, parts of the campus may reopen later in the semester. UOG Chief Marketing and Communications Officer Jonas Macapinlac says, "We have a plan in place for when we decide to reopen. This was prepared at the beginning of this past semester in August, but it will be adjusted based on the upcoming guidelines from the Gov and DPHSS based on the campus needs." The Guam Community College will be meeting with DPHSS tomorrow to discuss further details on their plans for reopening. Meanwhile, Harvest Christian Academy Administrator Jeremy Zajac chimed in saying they're looking forward to the reopening of the school and are awaiting further guidance from public health.
From the very beginning, we've been ready to go with our mitigation plan. We've been advocating, as you know, along the way. So we're going to follow the guidance that's given to us, that's been given to us by our healthcare professionals and, infectious disease experts. So by following those and training our teachers and our staff, we feel like we'll have a pretty good chance of staying healthy on campus.
Harvest will continue to offer online support and are waiting for final guidance for further details. The governor called senators into a special session on Wednesday to pass a bill to refund certain airport bonds so GIAA can meet its operational needs. It will be the second time in as many years that the airport is trying to squeeze out debt service savings to meet obligations. Here's more.
The global travel industry has seen a huge drop in passengers, forcing airports, including Guam's, to scramble for ways to save money and cover operational costs. Airport Deputy Manager Ricky Hernandez testified in today's special session that the bill under consideration would help save about $9.5 million in debt service.
The key here is really what we're trying to do is we're trying to refinance debt with lower interest rates with obviously a requirement of a 2% net present value savings. And what we'll be doing with that is we're hoping to fill the gap in the revenue. We've cost cut around 20% of our operating expenses. And so an additional debt service cost reduction will be very helpful for us in meeting what we're expecting to be not receiving the revenues that we projected for the fiscal year 21.
The airport also refunded its 2013 bond issue last year, but any savings were eaten up by the drastic drop in revenues caused by the pandemic. Another round of refinancing could have implications later on, admits GITA CEO Melanie Mendiola.
While there might be increased debt service coverage down the road, really, again, the objective of this particular bond is upfront cash flow savings to the airport because of the uncertainty of enplanements in the coming fiscal year or two.
Earlier this year, the airport received about $20 million in CARES Act funding to cover personnel costs. Also, major airlines continue to receive billions in federal support to keep them afloat amid the travel industry collapse. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Quintanilla.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6.
Oh, sorry guys. I was trying to listen to the song that Nestor. Yeah, that Nestor.
We'll give you a snippet of that later. That's a jamming track.
Yeah, it's called Casanova. Moving back to the news, Governor Lulian Guerrero signed 12 bills into law and vetoed one, that being outgoing Senator Luis Munoz Bill 304, or the Right to Try Act. The legislation would authorize access to and use of experimental treatments for patients with advanced illnesses. The governor in her veto wrote that the bill mirrors federal law and in other jurisdictions that claim to give patients the right to try. In essence, these statutes allow patients to enroll in clinical trials that have not undergone the trial phases necessary for full FDA approval, circumventing a regulatory scheme that was created specifically to address the widespread harm and exploitation that occurred in the early 28th century when drugs were given to patients without proper safety review and oversight. The governor, in the meantime, signed Bill 368 into law, which gives a private company the authority to do the job of the Department of Revenue and Taxation to write the rules and regulations and enforcement for the tobacco tax stamp program. The governor also let Senator Regine Bisco Lee's Bill 340, or the Recovery, Income Support, and Empowerment, or RISE Act, lapse into law. The legislation provides financial support to eligible Guam residents in light of the ongoing pandemic and increased unemployment rate. The RISE Act would allow the governor to transfer now up to $30 million from the general fund or appropriate federal appropriations for the payments. Government workers, both local and federal, would be ineligible to receive the assistance. The governor remarked that the bill's intent is laudable, but we all know GovGuam finances are limited. An authorization to transfer money from funds that are all shortchanged already in the current budget is tantamount to an empty promise. She also expressed concerns that treating local and federal government employees and retirees different from the rest of Guam's taxpayers is discriminatory and could undermine the integrity of the RISE Act. The U.S. Treasury Secretary says $600 COVID relief checks are going out today. This as the Senate debates whether to give Americans more pandemic help. Skylar Henry reports.
Is there objection to the modification?
Object.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell blocked an effort by the president and Democrats to raise COVID relief checks from $600 to $2,000. A bill supporting the larger checks has already passed in the Democratic-led House.
These Republicans in the Senate seem to have an endless tolerance for other people's sadness.
A growing number of Republicans, including 2 senators in Georgia's runoff elections, say they will support the larger checks, but most GOP senators oppose them. The Senate will be back in session this afternoon. Last night, Senator McConnell filed new legislation tying larger checks to restrictions President Trump wants on tech companies and the creation of a commission to review election results.
This week, the Senate will begin a process to bring these 3 priorities into focus.
President Trump is still at his Florida resort, but has Georgia on his mind. On Twitter, he railed against Georgia state leadership for not investigating his unsubstantiated accusations of voter fraud. Monday, he'll travel to Georgia and rally for the 2 Republican senators fighting to keep their seats and the Senate under Republican control. President-elect Biden will also be in Georgia Monday ahead of the January 5th runoffs. The president-elect blames the Trump administration for the slow pace of vaccinating Americans. So far, just over 2 million doses administered as opposed to the 20 million forecast by the Trump administration.
If he continues to move as it is now, it's going to take years, not months, to vaccinate the American people.
Yesterday, Biden promised 100 million vaccinations in the first 100 days of his term. On Twitter, President Trump has repeatedly blamed states for the slow distribution. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Things are moving forward with the Cannabis Control Board as Peter Santos reports one section of their rules and regs made it through 2020.
The Guam Cannabis Control Board.
We have had to face what no legislature.
The Guam Cannabis Control Board took a huge step in finalizing a critical section of their CCB rules and regulations. Article 3 of their draft rules relative to cannabis cultivation saw some amendments before it was unanimously accepted by the board. This specific section covers a wide array of approved and not approved amendments or additives, as well as what pesticides may be used during the cultivation process. CCB board member Adrian Cruz.
In the bigger picture, this is actually a help and service to the farmer. Because what it does now is, you know, who wants to buy a pesticide and waste all that money on that if it doesn't really address your problem? And so the Department of Agriculture wants to be able to help you to make sure that you're using the correct thing for the correct problem that you're having, and also that that product isn't going to adversely impact the community at large.
Being that cannabis is still considered a Schedule I substance by the federal government, the U.S. EPA does not have any guidelines as to what you can and can't use during cannabis cultivation. Department of Agriculture's John Borja.
What we are doing is just we're going to do a general use pesticides. But before they use that kind of pesticide, they have to pass it through the Department of Agriculture so we can see whether or not it has any adverse long-lasting effect, or is a residue in the plants and the amounts. And also, very important, the applicator must be able to understand the general use of the safe use of the pesticide and its application process.
Board member Cruz says that in order to get a license, you would have had to have passed a core certification to become a bona fide farmer, demonstrating your competence with using these materials during the cultivation process. The board also got into another heated debate on the controversial topic of cannabis in Tumon, but decided to table the issue until the Department of Land Management is able to provide a little more clarity on the different zonings within the Tumon area. Reporting for Guam's News Network.
Jimmy Peter Manabusan was arrested and charged with first-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony and 2 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct also as first-degree felonies. According to court documents, the victim told police that during Easter break in 2018, she awoke to Manabusan on top of her. The victim was 12 years old during the alleged incident. The victim alleged Manabusan had sexually assaulted her on other occasions. Another victim alleged that Manabusan also sexually assaulted her in August this year. The victim alleged Manabusan led her to a room, pulled her blouse down, and touched her. He also allegedly made her pinky swear not to tell anyone. Well, yesterday marked the last session of the 35th Guam legislature. Here's a portion of the final remarks from outgoing senators Kelly Marsh Taitano, Regine Bisco-Lee, Senator Luis Muña, and Senator Will Castro.
We have had to face what no legislature in our island's history has had to face. The last global pandemic for our island was during the Spanish administration, decades before a Guam legislature was in place. We've had closure for war claims for our Manamco, who have been unjustly kept waiting 74 years. We have overcome the Department of Justice's challenge to the CLT, the Chamorro Land Trust, and have actually made it stronger and better and more able to live up to its intentions. We have applied to the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization to help advocate for our rights, which are too often silenced, ignored, or considered less than others. Our Commission on Decolonization has completed studies so that going forward, we may educate ourselves and others about what our future could look like. I thank all my colleagues for which I have had the pleasure of co-sponsoring legislation, which with each and every one of them, I thought about that. I think it's really remarkable. I think we have all co-sponsored legislation together, and that's really important that we've done so. It has indeed been a productive term and a productive session. So happy holidays to all. And may 2021 exceed 2020.
I encourage our residents to serve Guam however you can. Run for elected office, take part in peaceful protests, testify at public hearings, get your family and friends involved, be an agent of positive change. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I know that no matter what the future holds, that I'll continue to give back to the island that has given me so much, and I will raise my daughters to do the same. Because none of us knows what the next chapter will bring, and 2020 should have taught us this, sometimes a very difficult lesson. Life is precious. It isn't guaranteed. And we aren't entitled to any amount of time with the ones we love, the ones that love us. So even with some of the uncertainty that lies ahead, I am so, so grateful for my incredibly hardworking and dedicated team. I know that tonight I'm gonna hug my daughters and my lovely husband extra tight. And I know that in the weeks ahead, I'm really looking forward to being with my girls, to teach them, to be inspired by them. And I'm gonna take some time to reflect on these past 4 years, time that will only grow the gratitude that I feel to all of you here in this hall who have rallied a consensus, built a collective trust, to the ones who contributed the good deeds this office has been able to do these 2 terms, and for the thousands of our people who trusted me with this awesome responsibility. I will be forever grateful. Puthita, Undongkluna Situ Asmasi.
Senator Tello. my sister in music. You said it yourself, it's an unbreakable bond. We have a melodic understanding of each other. We are emotionally driven people, and that's what makes us good public servants. I love you, and I thank you for your support and most especially your friendship. Senator Will, you probably thought I forgot you, but knowing you, you knew I'd save you for last. Now, oftentimes I tell people that I blame you for reeling me into this arena, just like you tell people a lot of things about me. But in actuality, I'm very grateful to you for teaching me the possibility of going beyond the horizons to what we can accomplish if we dream big and have the support of the family and friends to serve the people. You are a wonderful public servant, and I'm very proud to call you my friend and partner. I love you. And finally, to the legislative staff, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you have done, not just for everyone, but especially for me. You are exemplary and deserve so much acknowledgement. Oftentimes, I tend to forget to show my gratitude, but just know that no matter where my future lies, I will always remember everything you have done for me. If one day my future path leads me back here, I hope you are still here, because no one can replace your devotion and commitment to helping us serve the people of Guam. Si Zeus Maasi Hamzu Todos Zenbiba Anuevo Ugaizahao. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, it has been the utmost privilege to serve alongside you. It certainly was. I'm grateful and deeply humbled to have earned the trust and confidence of our electorate to be given the opportunity to serve the people of Guam as their senator in the 34th and 35th Guam legislatures. Donklu na agradecimento por ionomu numinat sinya na baihu setbi hamzu manyaltawguahan. Tremendous gratitude for the strength to serve the people of Guam. It is with heartfelt appreciation that I prepare to leave this distinguished body. It's an appreciation and acknowledgement of the love and support of my colleagues and the people of Guam during these 4 years of elected service. It is appropriate to share in my final address, as I reflect on our experiences, my gratitude for the shared laughs and the smiles in times of triumph, even the tears in times of distress, sorrow, and great pain. It is important for the people we love so much, those who are watching, those on social media, those that we meet in social gatherings. It is important for the people of Guam to know that we, the Guam legislature, are a united front when it comes to embracing and practicing and defending this democracy of ours, when it comes to protecting the lives of our people. Let there be no doubt in anyone's mind, despite our differences in party and philosophy and beliefs, that despite our very different backgrounds and value systems, that we always rise and are in unison to defend and advance this community. That much I've surmised in my time of service with you.
And that was your news. But before we head into the break, we were talking about this. You kind of heard the music in the background.
Yeah. If you were wondering, this wasn't exactly like our smoothest newscast. I mean, we brought you the news, but there were some little quirks there. Because, of course, Nestor Quintanilla has been passionately promoting, and Nestor is Jada, I know obviously you're related.
Daughter. Jada's his daughter.
It is the daughter. We were playing Jada's track, and we encourage you to. He said she's on 17 different platforms. So here's the thing. Bree was bumping this jam called Casanova. It's really, really good. We're going to play you a snippet here. Vic's setting it up. Mm-hmm. And Nestor was actually saying, Jada, of course, from South Carolina. By the way, go Clemson. I'm sure you are all about the purple and orange right now as they head into the college football playoff. Vic and Nestor were saying she's on 17 platforms. We're like, and we were trying to count. It's like, okay, Apple Music, Amazon Music, Spotify, SoundCloud, Pandora, and we only came up with like 8. So please let us know what 17 of our, but
iTunes.
iTunes, thank you. Well,
9, I think.
We got 2 DJs in the house, and these guys would know. So Vic actually has that. So this is what, Casanova, right, Vic?
Right, and she's a Chamarita with ties to the village of Agat.
And she's from Greensboro, South Carolina.
Type that you wanna get to know.
Ooh.
I like that.
I do.
Okay, but okay, Greenville, South Carolina, not Greensboro. Andy, Greensboro is that North Carolina?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Andy. My bad. My bad, bro.
Say that again. Vic had you on mute.
Unmute.
Yeah, where's Greensboro?
Yeah, Greensboro is in North Carolina. That's where my mom is from, so I'm familiar with it quite
Okay.
well.
So on behalf of everybody out there that actually knows geography, Andy is metaphorically slapping me upside the head for not knowing the difference between Greensboro and Greenville. But yeah, so Jada Quintanilla from Greenville, South Carolina. What do you guys think of that?
That was really good.
I kind of hear some influences maybe from Aaliyah. Definitely some Beyonce in there.
Smooth R&B vibe.
That was really well produced. I really liked. I really liked the rhythm and the groove.
Music
really,
video
really
too is amazing. So a good, awesome quality on the
Check
video.
her out. Show her some love.
Yeah,
Okay?
hey, we're always happy to help our fellow Guamanians wherever they are in the world and everything like that. So Jada, we send you our love and our support. And Nestor, man, thanks for reaching out, and please keep us up to date on what is going on with a budding music career, and we will continue to support you because we're behind you 100%.
And send us a link too. Send us a video for Cover Me.
Yeah.
Or
I was just
local
gonna say
music
that.
mashup.
That's a bonus track on Cover Me today.
Yeah. All right. We are going to go now and staying with the arts. Tyler Matsunani, she's in the Zoom room. She
Very nice.
did an interview about the Isla Center of the Arts at the University of Guam announcing the opening of its Creative Hands.
Day, Velma, thank you so much for joining me today. So could you please just tell, let everyone know, you guys have a big event happening all the way up until February going on at the Isla Center of the Arts. Tell us more about the virtual art exhibit.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for having me on. Well, Creative Hands Selected Works by Pacific Artists is a juried exhibit that we started to sponsor in 1992. And now with the pandemic, we had to explore new platforms. So this is the first time we are presenting the exhibition online. But I'm really happy that we were able to continue with the series and provide our local artists with a platform for having their works judged by an off-island art professional. So yeah, it officially launched on December 17th. And as you noted, it'll be available online until February 26th of 2021.
And you did mention that you did have a professional come all the way from the States. Jill, is it Dupuy?
Right.
Dupuy.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask, what led you to selecting her to be the one to make the call on what works would be featured in this year's exhibit?
Right. Well, I met Dr. Dupuy at a workshop or a conference last year in Kyoto. She didn't come to Guam. Everything was done online. All of the artists submitted works of art digitally, and then we established an online album, and then she selected the works to be included. So we received, we received 205 submissions from 31 local artists, and she selected 96 works by 26 of the artists that submitted. And she is the director and chief curator at the Low Art Museum at the University of Miami. So she has a lot of experience in curating exhibitions, and she has the degrees. And one of the really neat things about this process is that, well, here on Guam, most of us know one another, but for her to select the works of art is completely objective because she doesn't know anybody here. So it's a good experience for the artists too.
And I think that's interesting that you did mention that she has never been to Guam, but she's seen a lot of representation of the culture and the island through the artwork. Are you able to maybe give us a little backstory as to what are some of the things that were maybe featured, or what the juror may have been looking for, or what you guys wanted to highlight in the exhibit?
Well, when we select the juror, it's completely up to them how they want to select the artwork. But more often than not, they're looking at the use of color, composition, cultural expression. And since she has never been here in her statement, and we have a juror statement that's part of the website, she was definitely impressed with how the artist selected or expressed the culture of the island in the works of art. So she was exposed to Chamorro culture or to Guam via the artwork of the local artists.
And, you know, it's really something, because when you think of an art exhibit, you know, it's more than just, oh, we're going to go look at paintings. You know, it's the experience is obviously, you know, the big highlight, being surrounded by all these beautiful original works. How are you guys able to bring that same kind of experience virtually?
Well, it was definitely a challenge, and I will say I had a lot of help from one of my students to help me set up the website. Yeah, it's definitely a learning experience. This is only our second online exhibition, and so the process of having the artwork online and then allowing the artist or including an artist statement along with the artwork helps to convey what they're trying to express in the works of art. There's certainly nothing like seeing the artwork in person, and hopefully we'll be able to do that again soon, hopefully in the spring.
All right, and you said that this is the second time that you guys are doing a virtual art exhibit. So I'm assuming you guys did this, is it 2 years ago for the 14th exhibit?
Well, for the online platform, no, the most recent online show was our undergraduate exhibition in April, May.
Okay. Do you maybe see this being, you know, like the new norm of the art exhibit, or do you guys plan on eventually, you know, once everything is cleared, going back to, you know, how it was traditionally conducted?
Hopefully going back to the exhibition in the gallery space itself. This may become an addition to our programming, having an online component to our exhibition program, but I definitely look forward to being back in the gallery and talking to the artists in person and greeting some of our visitors to the university. Yeah.
And one more thought is, what do you, I guess, what kind of experience do you expect, or do you hope for audience members to take from the exhibit?
Well, we have more than 20 artists in the exhibition, so it's really neat to see how they are expressing themselves. One of the new things that we have, or one of the selected artists, painted face masks. And this is something that all of us live with every day now. And so he designed different motifs, and they're on the side. So it's the different ways they're expressing. We also have a couple of artists who were born and raised here in Guam, but then moved to the mainland, and they received the call for submission. So we have expressions from Chamorro artists who are not necessarily here in Guam, but they still express the culture in their artwork. So that's really neat too, to connect with folks who are not even here on the island.
All right, thank you so much. And is there anything, I'm sorry, just for formality, do you have a specific title? I don't know if it's Dr. Yamashita or...
I'm Dr. Yamashita, but I'm also the coordinator of the ISA Center for the Arts at the University.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Yamashita, is there anything else that you'd like to add before we close out?
Please, everybody, check out the show. It's really neat. It's a good show, good exhibition, and it's a really varied exhibition of our local artwork, local artists. And again, it'll be on display until February of 2021. And if you have any questions or would like to email us, isacenter@gmail.com.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Off day. My name is Master Sergeant Jessica Leon Guerrero. I'm from the Guam Air National Guard, currently deployed and assigned to the 380th ESFS. I just want to wish my family a happy holidays and a happy new year. I miss you and I love you.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of No Bene Niño starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
On the show, about to head into the Zoom room. Thank you guys again for tuning in. Remember, you tuned into The Link. Remember, this show probably brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. We're back with your host, Sabrina Salas, Matt Tanani, Andy Wheeler in the Zoom room. We got Jason Salas, Joseph, and myself, Victorious. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. As we talked about yesterday with the superintendent of the Guam Department of Education, we got his reaction to the governor giving the green light officially in her executive order for the resumption of a face-to-face instruction in all institutions of learning. So today we're going to check in with the Superintendent of Catholic Schools, Dr. Juan Flores. And we've also got Bob Kelly from St. John's. We'll also be bringing into the Zoom room once we connect with him, Robert Crisostomo, the principal at St. Anthony's Catholic School. But we do have, as I mentioned, Dr. Flores and Bob in the Zoom room. So good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. So I guess we'll start with you, Bob. How prepared are you guys to resume classes, and when are you guys targeting to reopen?
So we had, in our schedule, we had January 11th as our time to restart. So the order does not allow it until January 18th. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have actually online classes for that 1 week, January 11th to the 15th. The 18th is, of course, a holiday. And so then on Tuesday, the 19th, we're going to bring the teachers back in so they can get comfortable with their classrooms. And then the kids will show up on the 20th. And, of course, the big caveat in the executive order was assuming all things remain the same and nothing changes. As far as what the preparations are going, we're still in pretty good shape from what we had before. We've made a few additional safety precautions. We have some plastic plexiglass shields for those in certain circumstances. And the air conditioner guy is working on the ultravioleting all the air conditionings this weekend, maybe even as we speak. Well, it might be a little early. So we're looking in pretty good shape as of right now.
Okay, Juan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, so I met with all the Catholic school principals yesterday, and the different schools have different schedules. Some of them restarting online learning or continuing online learning as early as next week, and meetings for teachers as well to get prepared for the 19th, which is when most of the schools will come back to face-to-face instruction. One school is actually going to try to do it on the 18th to make up some time. And I think the schools are ready. As you know, the Catholic schools did have at least 1 week of online learning in August, and many of the protocols that were set up are the same protocols we're going to follow. There have been a lot of refinements, especially in terms of paying attention to contact tracing if necessary, and precautions in terms of isolation rooms, but for the most part, the schools have what it takes to get ready. We are still anticipating some services from that are being procured through the Department of Education from based on CARES Act funding. Those include HEPA filters for all the classrooms, HEPA filters for the classrooms, the sneeze guards for student desks or for cafeterias for the high schools, and some webcam systems that are going to help the schools provide live streaming for those students whose families choose not to come to classes right as we start on the week of the 18th. But I think our schools are ready. I think the schools, a reporter asked me yesterday when schools have been thinking about online learning, face-to-face learning, and I told him I think it probably came after the first week of online learning.
Yes, that's giant. I definitely agree with that.
Both started to anticipate the idea of kids coming back to school, but no doubt the health and safety of the kids is foremost. There are parents who are apprehensive, but I think it's going to be our job to try to convince them to send the kids to school.
Mm-hmm. Good morning. We now have Robert Crisostomo. He is the principal over at St. Anthony's Catholic School. He's also a member-elect to the Guam Education Board. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Sabrina. Nice to be here.
We're glad you're here too. And I was talking to Bob and Juan, just asking them just to start things off with preparations that are underway at for private schools, and in particular for St. Anthony's Catholic School. What are you guys doing to prepare, and when is the reopening?
All right, so the reopening for St. Anthony Catholic Schools begin remote learning I have to support the superintendent's comments about our online learning, remote learning. We started in August, and we've been doing it for almost 7 hours a day. As you know, Sabrina, you're a parent over at St. Anthony. And we haven't stopped. We've been going pretty strong and picking up steam. We are going to have the teachers report back to school January 11 to conduct remote learning from the campus so that we can put a strain on our accessibility. And then January 19, we'll have full attendance for all our students on a face-to-face schedule. We do have some students and some parents who are apprehensive about coming back, so we offer both platforms, the remote learning and the face-to-face, and we're going to do it in a synchronized manner. We've upgraded our internet access with Docomo. The school has full high-speed internet right now, ready to go. Classrooms and offices will be outfitted with air purifiers, along with the HEPA purifiers that the superintendent was talking about. We have all our sanitization equipment, soaps, masks, and face shields. The superintendent talked about desk shields. We had a parent of students at St. Anthony who donated 3 classrooms worth of shielded desks and 3 air purifiers. And another parent followed suit and provided a full set of desks, shielded desks, and an air purifier for their child's classroom. So we have several of that going on. And finally, we are going to be implementing our e-library because of the remote. The pandemic caused disruption in the education system, but it also presented opportunities, and it forced us to explore remote learning. And I think we've got a great platform in place at St. Anthony that would be envious to a lot of schools, because we provide education not in the traditional manner, but remotely until the face-to-face learning can happen. And thank you to the governor for allowing the kids to come back to school on the 18th. We're going to start on the 19th for all students. And we have an accreditation visit, Sabrina, on March by Cognia. So we're looking, all this going on through the pandemic, we're still going through an accreditation visit. And finally, we're working with GHRA, Mary Rhodes, and DPHSS, along with the American Medical Center, on a rapid test initiative that they put in place. And it's entitled Let's Heal Our Island. They have a Chamorro vernacular for it. I can't pronounce it, but it's Let's Heal Our Island. So St. Anthony is piloting it. I'm gonna get approval from our board. If they approve, I can test our staff at school immediately and get results within minutes, rather than waiting for public health and a couple of days later for the results. This way I can isolate a classroom, contain them, and dismiss, go back to remote learning for that class. But it gives us the flexibility of reacting to the virus if we suspect it's at the school. So that's what we're doing in a nutshell. I think we're ready. No, I don't think we are ready.
All right. So what will be the protocols, I guess, for everybody when the students, if you could just take us through when the students return on the 19th? Is going to be required that they wear masks, face shields, things like that, bring hand sanitizers. We'll start with you, Bob.
Sure. Okay. So masks, obviously, and the face shields are also something we're going to have the kids bring in. That's particularly important for lunchtimes. When they arrive on first of all, only students and faculty on campus, no parents, no visitors, nobody else. That's, you just got to do that. When they arrive, they'll have temperatures taken. We have thermal scanners at a couple places, and then we have people with actual thermometers, the quick reads. We're we're elementary, middle, and high school on the same campus, and so we've staggered our arrival times by half an hour. Elementary comes at 8, middle at 8:30, high school at 9 o'clock. So we've staggered the arrival, and we've also staggered the departures. Our desks, we've always been fortunate with our class size being relatively small anyway, so that there's no more than 15 students in a classroom, and we're able to spread the desks out to provide 6 feet distance between them. And there are a couple places where the plexiglass partitions will be needed as well, art class and things like that. Juan and I will be in a meeting with public health this afternoon, I think. I'm not sure if Robert's coming to that as well. And they'll go over the protocols that they've released that Juan and I have been reading for the past day and a half to finalize some of those final issues. But that's basically what you need to know. I'd also like to echo one of the things that Robert said about the online education being an opportunity. It's not the ideal, but there were some nice parts that we were able to take away. And I think we're going to try to incorporate those things to move the whole educational thing forward when we come back.
Mm-hmm. Juan, are you also still a principal at, is it Santa Barbara?
I have been overseeing operations at San Vicente.
Oh, San Vicente.
There will be a change starting next week. So I'll be back to having just one job, which would be a little bit of a reprieve. One thing about what Bob and Robert talked about, we know that even if we came back to school, that students having access to materials like books and magazines out of the library really is not practical for safety's sake. We are waiting for the procurement of online library resources for research and current age-appropriate news sources for kids that we're getting through EBSCO, one of the online reference companies in the country. And that would be the way for our students to be able to access information and use that information. I'm personally not a great fan of, edited textbooks. And I think having students have access to primary sources is probably going to help them to learn how to do some research and also to get information correctly. So we're hoping that will enhance what goes on in the classrooms. And one of the things that I mentioned to the teachers is, to the principals yesterday, is that we should continue to encourage our kids to use Google Classroom or other learning management systems for assignments and even for communication among their classmates when they're doing their work. So that is a change as far as most of our schools are concerned, and that will reduce the need for students to turn in papers and then have them corrected and handled by somebody else and then brought back to school. So there is a move to continue online efforts in the schools, even though the kids are coming to school face to face.
Robert, if you could kind of walk us through what students can expect on the first day, on the 19th or 20th?
Yeah, so Sabrina, as you know, first day of school, this is practically the first day of school. We can't count August as the first. It's going to be chaotic. Any principal knows that, any teacher. So we changed our traffic flow at St. Anthony to make it more accessible. That's one of the things we did. We're going to have, like Bob said, we're going to have a temperature check. We're going to make sure that we ask the questions before they come into school and the campus. And Bob's right, the campus is strictly for teachers and students. No parents, no guests go beyond the designated area. The kids are escorted to class individually. There's a holding area for the kids who come early in the cafeteria. They're spaced out, they have breakfast, and then they go to the classrooms immediately as soon as the teachers arrive at 7:30. Lunch is in the classroom, so we are maintaining social bubbles at the school and their classroom size. As Bob said, we're not going to exceed 15, maybe 18 students in a classroom, depending on the size. So we're looking at all the protocols to be in place set by public health and CDC. But we also minimize the 6 feet to 4 feet for the schools because it's unrealistic for a school the size of St. Anthony, even it's a small school, but having students stand 6 feet apart at all times is almost impossible. It's really impossible. We are going to dust off our emergency operation plan to conduct fire drills and other drills necessary, so that all these things are happening, and our after-school care and tutoring is going to be implemented on the first day back, so that parents can rest assured that students are still going to be cared for after they're released at 3 o'clock for the day. After-school care will continue to 5 o'clock. So St. Anthony is ready. We're looking forward to an increase in enrollment. The superintendent has been pushing Catholic schools as a preferred educational system. I agree. I've been in the public school for 18 years as a principal, and now I'm a principal at a Catholic school, and I can tell you that it is a world of difference between the two, and the level of education that the Catholic school offers, and I'm sure the other private schools, Bob.
Yeah, I was about to talk about Episcopalian education.
So, you know, we're looking at increased enrollment. If any public school parents want to come over and maybe tour the school, any school in the private sector, I welcome them. It's a world of difference.
Mm-hmm.
So that in a nutshell, Sabrina, is what St. Anthony's doing to prepare. My staff is ready, but I've got to tell you that 90% of my teachers and staff do not want to take the vaccine. And I'm going to be the first one in the school to take the vaccine. Superintendent mentioned that he'll be the first one in the Archdiocese to take the vaccine. So we're trying to build confidence in our stakeholders that taking the vaccine is a plus, and having a full staff and faculty vaccinated will give more confidence to the parents to send their kids back to school. 60% of my parents don't want to come back to school. They want to remain on remote learning for the rest of the year. But it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For the record, though, I want to make it clear that I will get the vaccine if it could be put in apple pie rather than a needle. I would more readily accept it. That's my stand on the vaccine.
I support that one. I support that.
What about the Department of Education, they did a survey and registration, and only 30%, I think it's 30% of students will be returning to face-to-face instruction. And you said, Robert, only 40% will be returning back to campus?
Yes, at this time, I'm sure that as soon as day one comes, we're going to have an influx of, I want to attend school. Now, 80% of my stakeholders are in the private sector. The biggest sector that's received, that was devastated by this pandemic, was the private sector. Those parents want to get back to work, and the kids need to get back to school. Mm-hmm. And we're providing a safe environment for them to return to school.
Bob, what about over at St. John's?
We're about 75% want to return. I will say that kind of an interesting little statistical thing showed up. If you had one kid, the number was about 63% going to return. If you had two kids, it jumped to 80%. If you had 3 or 4 kids, it jumped to 100%. Get these kids out of here.
What about transportation? The Department of Education, they are working on, working with the Department of Public Works. So what about with the private schools? What would be?
Oh, go ahead, Bob.
We only have 3 or 4 kids who ever use the buses. We don't use our large number there. So for the most part, it's going to be the parents dropping the kids off and picking them up.
Mm-hmm.
And with the Catholic schools, there are 7 schools who have provided data on students wanting to take advantage of public transportation. And I've been working with Vince Areola at Department of Public Works to work out a schedule. They've given us the protocols for seating, the reduced seating in the buses. And we've provided them with the street addresses for the students who need transportation. There are some issues that we have to address, that they have to address, not the least of which is scheduling, but also what do we do in the transit system down at the Chamorro Village, because that's where there are opportunities for students to congregate. So we want to make sure that when students go down there, they get off one bus and get right onto another bus rather than hanging out and socializing with students from different schools or even from the same school. But to follow the cohort model, especially for the elementary schools, to make sure those kids get on the buses. But partly because of the reduced number for the public schools and even the reduced number maybe for the Catholic schools, Vince Areola has assured me that they're ready for bus transportation the week of the 18th or the week of the 19th when schools start.
And did Vince assure you that the buses will be sanitized in between that exchange?
Absolutely. And again, following the protocols, the alternate seating on the bus, kids required to have face masks, families being asked to make sure they check the kids before they get on the bus, because at the bus stop, the bus driver is not going to have the capacity to check kids' temperatures or to monitor to see if they have any symptoms. Otherwise, they'll be at the bus stop for an hour just checking on the kids. So parents are going to be expected to watch their kids before they get on the bus.
Okay.
I had a question, gentlemen. Good morning, by the way. Obviously, during the pandemic, your school nurses are going to be pretty important. So have they received any additional training, or are you looking on to bring more staff, or how's that system working?
Some of our schools don't have nurses, but they have people on staff who are assigned. The Lieutenant Governor has asked me to work with Margaret Hattori Ochima from the University of Guam. She is helping us to provide maybe some professional development for teachers and maybe even some support, not teachers, but for those who are assigned to be health counselors at the school. So depending on the school, some of them have nurses, some of them have nursing assistants. One school has a retired doctor who's acting as the health counselor. But everybody in the school will be aware of what to do when students have symptoms, what to do when students need to be isolated, what to do when we deal with those with positive results from testing.
Yeah, we have a school nurse, and she's been undergoing quite a bit of stuff. Actually, she beat everybody because as a nurse, she got her vaccine shot already. And so she's been undergoing a lot of stuff. I will say that there have been a number of conferences with DOE and public health teleconferences that have been going on. And so again, she's been able to take advantage of some of that element as well. So confident that she'll be able to help us, and she won't get sick.
There you go.
Yeah, St. Anthony has a school nurse. We're ready. She's been going through intense training. The school is applying for a CLIA certification to administer the rapid tests. So she's going through that training as well. She's gone through contact tracing training. And we have a very robust COVID mitigation manual on our website at sacsguam.org. Welcome anybody to go onto the website, St. Anthony, and has a lot of good information. Please look at it. If you're interested, come in.
You sell an advertisement on that site too? Trying to drive traffic?
Bob, opportunities, Bob.
Bob, is rapid testing something you guys are looking at implementing down the road?
Well, it's apparently I got to talk to Dr. Wen over at AMC for going around us here. But as of this time, we don't have any plans on that. But after I talk to Dr. Wen, then maybe we'll.
He's on after
Hey,
you
Bob,
guys.
I have his number, Bob.
I do too.
Sabrina, there are some physicians who are working with the governor's office on a plan. They've gotten a grant for rapid testing as well in the schools and help with contact tracing. And I don't have all the details. All I told them this week was we're prepared to look into it and to pursue it. The plan that Robert talked about with the the Hotel Restaurant Association was presented to us, but the funding was not yet made available, and it wasn't clear that the governor's office was going to approve that funding for all the public and non-public schools. But there are other opportunities to do that. And again, we will continue to encourage people to take advantage of the testing that's available through public health.
Right.
If that's something they want.
Mm-hmm. Is it too early to talk about, because the GDOE, they did announce information about the resumption of interscholastic sports. Is that something that you guys are?
I had somebody want to talk to me about that yesterday, but he failed to follow through with a chat.
Okay.
Juan, do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so there are a lot of discussions with the IIAAG. There have not been clear indications of what is really going to be allowed, but the IIAAG has a set of protocols that I think are pretty stringent protocols that call for cohort practicing, and to ensure that students are interacting with members of their team in ways that do not encourage contact in case there is a chance of the transmission of the virus. So I think that the issue right now, and it's something on the minds of some of the principals who've talked to me individually, including the principal at a school in Upper Tumon. One of the issues is, especially with the elementary schools, we can adhere to all the cohort groupings in the schools, right? Keeping the kids in the same classrooms, assigning them desks so that if there's a need for contact tracing. But once we start talking about interscholastic sports, even practices, now we're talking about breaking those bubbles. Now we're talking about breaking the groups within the cohort. So we have to be really careful about that. There's no doubt that that the students want and their families want them to be more physically active. And so when parents ask me, I tell them to develop a regimen for their children, and some of the coaches have done that on their own. They've encouraged their athletes to set up regimens on their own or with their families, so they are physically active. There's no reason an organized operation has to take place. But IIAAG is working with the coaches to try to provide some kind of direction. Right now, most of that is working on the high schools, so that we can get to the point where we're going to be very comfortable with competition among the high schools.
Yeah, they're looking at starting up with the obvious outdoor easy ones. Cross country, beach volleyball, and tennis would be the ones that they're looking at starting up with the high school. And I know some of the schools are started practicing already.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's those are the first two, and that'll be interesting to watch how that rolls out. But yeah, as Juan pointed out, the bubble keeps getting larger and larger every time you add any new person in. And Dr. Cabrera I was at a presentation that he gave. He had this nice little graphic about if you have 5 people in your bubble, and then he started as those 5 people deal with other people, how those bubbles change and move. And it was a rather powerful presentation that he made that one time.
Mm-hmm. Anything, Robert, on sports?
Yeah, Sabrina, it was not even in the front burner on my plate. Interscholastic sports can wait till next year. I rather concentrate on the extracurricular activities and events like Academic Challenge Bowl, and other activities, chess club, robotics. Those are like gateway into the interscholastic activities. Right now, to bridge too far to even talk about interscholastics for St. Anthony, I put a dead stop, no, until we can get this under control, because as Bob and Superintendent said, those bubbles will be compromised as soon as we open it up to interscholastics. And you got to think, those kids who go and participate with other kids from other schools will come back to school the next day to face-to-face learning and possibly be infecting the rest of the class. So no, I don't want to take that chance. As a principal, I wouldn't even consider it. I've told my teachers, don't look forward to interscholastic sports until we can get a good sense of how it's going to be mitigated.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I did want to ask. I totally lost my train of thought. I am so sorry. So I'll just go to one of.
It happens to Juan and I all the time. Once you get to be a certain age, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You're a little young for that, though.
No. I'm actually not.
Speak for yourself, Bob.
We have a couple of comments here on our Facebook. Elementary students who will make sure that the bathrooms, water fountains, etc., get sanitized. What are the protocols? And what will you guys be doing?
Well, one of the things that has to happen is that we have to make sure there are good procedures for even how the students go to the bathroom now. We can't just let them out willy-nilly without some kind of order, because we want to make sure they do practice social distancing and that those facilities are sanitized as often as possible. Most of the Catholic schools actually went out and installed new hand washing sinks and sanitizing areas in the school where kids could get hand sanitizers. But you'll be having a lot of elementary students singing happy birthday twice as they wash their hands. Make sure they use the soap, make sure they have paper towels, and do it in an orderly fashion. Now, if we didn't have extra sinks, it could take days for them to wash their hands. I've watched kids wash their hands, and now I have children of my own, but they could spend days at the sinks. But that's being taken seriously. And so the key precautions we've been asked to follow: wearing masks, washing hands, checking for symptoms, social distancing. That's all a given. And I think that most of the Catholic schools, I'd say all the Catholic schools, follow that pretty well that first week. Maybe more so with the elementary kids, because they're used to a more disciplined way of being in school. But even lining up in the hallway, and keeping their distance is something that they have to get used to doing. I think the hardest thing for smaller kids is, they like to hug, they like to play with each other, they like to interact. And the Physicians Advisory Group, when we first put in our anticipated protocols, it called for no interaction, and they said you should have limited interaction, but you can't stop the kids from interacting in some way. We just don't want to make that the norm. But I think the parents that I've spoken to are really looking forward to their children interacting with other children. And when I've been on Zoom conferences for San Vicente and for other schools, when I've been on Zoom meetings or Zoom presentations or Zoom assemblies, it's amazing how the kids want to interact with each other, even on Zoom or on Google Meet, because I think they're ready to be part of a social group at school. And so that's something we could bring back to our schools. We can do it safely, and we can do it in a way that makes sure that the kids follow all the protocols that we set for them.
Bob, did you want to say something?
One of the things that we've done is actually we don't have any water fountains, the typical water fountains anymore. We've transitioned all of those to the top fill thing, so the kids will be encouraged to bring their own bottles and touchless type things. And then all the other things that Juan said, we're going to have to control access to the lavatories. We're going to have to, so all of those type of protocol elements.
Yep. So Sabrina, what St. Anthony, like Bob said, we changed all our water fountains to the top-down dispensers, kids can't stay there and drink from the fountain. So that's one. And as far as the bathrooms specifically, we have a monitor that controls the kids' movement into the restrooms, and they're there to sanitize the restrooms after each use. So every hour they're in there sanitizing as the kids use it, because it's going to be used frequently. So that's our protocol, and it's in our manual. I also want to put out that the smaller kids, the ones that need help going, there's an aide in the classroom that'll follow the students 2, 3 at a time. And while they're waiting to go into the bathrooms, because you can't go in together, on the sidewalks, we put little stickers on the ground in the forms of shapes, so the students can be learning the shapes while they stand there waiting for their turn to go in the bathrooms. And we also have our school-wide learning expectations and prayers on those stickers. So as they're looking at it, they're actually learning while they're waiting to go into the restrooms. So yeah, we put a lot of things in place at St. Anthony. I hope it translates when we take the ACT Aspire test. I don't know if will be given this year.
Well, you guys talked about the physicians advisory group. Robert, you talked about the rapid testing, and Bob, you said need to talk to AMC. Well, lo and behold, we do have from AMC Dr. Ho Nguyen, and he's also the chairperson of the physicians advisory group. Good morning, Dr. Nguyen. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if you heard, but Mr. Chrysostoma was talking about how they're going to pilot the program that GHRA AMC have partnered on the rapid testing to help reopen Guam.
Yeah, good morning. Let me see. I think I'm on mute, but yeah, we I think through Mary Road, she's she kind of spearheaded this thing, and we just support her on this pilot program that we know. As you know, there's a lot of asymptomatic care out there, and the program offers serial testing with the antigen test at the site, like at each school, each employer, each company. So, it kind of try to catch any type, any employee or teacher or staff that have the virus but have minimal symptom. It's a very good program. It's nothing new. Mayo Clinic in the state are doing the same thing with the Back to Work program. I know it's costly mostly because the material, the supply. So we really, try to work with the governor and the public health to see if we can access the Binax antigen card. So that way, we save the cost for the school and the company. That's something that even with the vaccine come on board, getting a vaccine doesn't mean that you stop testing. CDC, everyone, really encourage that even with the vaccine, you continue to test, you continue to do the 3W to try to protect everyone around you. So it's an excellent program that we try to do, like I say, it's a pilot program to try to support the school and the company to go forward, so to minimize the risk of everyone, especially the students. So we're going to try. I know that we're going to try to work with St. Anthony first and see if they can keep their school open and minimize the risk on the student. As a parent, I want my kid to go back to school too, and I want them to go back to school in a safe place. And I know that on the private school, they did a beautiful job and take the owner step to mitigate, all the risks for the staff and the students. So I would like to say thank you for all the school to do that, and also for the public school too. I think the OE, they have a lot of work to do, but they did a lot of work already. So I think everyone looking forward to the kid to go back to school face to face. I know the parents are still concerned, but we have to kind of move forward with this pandemic here.
Right. Well, old gentlemen, except for you, Dr. Hoa, we're going to let you guys go. Was there any final comments you wanted to make about the return of face-to-face instruction?
we're looking forward to having the kids back. As Dr. Wen pointed out, virtually every parent and student is looking to get back the social elements to where the kids can interact in face-to-face manner. My son has a cadre of friends that they play various computer games religiously, and they crave that interaction as best they can. And I'll talk to Dr. Wen privately about choosing St. Anthony to pilot the program, but that'll be another conversation for another day. All right, and Dr. Wen, thank you for all that you're doing with the Physicians Advisory Group. Our numbers are. Dr. Cabrera made the point about Guam's numbers being low because the community's buying into the protocols, but we're buying into the protocols because the Physicians Advisory Group has been doing such a great job with their advice. So thank you very much, Dr. Wen.
And I just want to encourage parents to make sure they communicate with their schools or pay attention to the information coming from the schools about what's going on. There are 13 Catholic schools. There are probably 13 ways these schools are easing into face-to-face instruction. So, and even though most of the schools are following certain protocols, they're following those protocols in different ways. Staggered entrances and exits, locations for parents to drop off kids, things like that. So they just need to make sure they communicate with their schools and heed the call from the schools to be very safe. And one thing that I know we've talked about before, if the schools are back in school, then families need to consider that they need to curtail some of their activities after school so that they don't continue to increase that bubble. So if that visit to the mall is really not necessary, hold off on going to the mall so that our kids will be safe until our community gets to a point where it's easy to move around as easily as possible.
And Mr. Crisostomo.
Yep, Sabrina, we're looking forward to seeing our kids come back. I just want to tell parents, St. Anthony, it's going to be chaotic in the morning. Please be patient. It's controlled chaos. I assure you, your kids will be safe at St. Anthony. I also want to throw in the fact that, as you mentioned earlier, I'm now a sitting elected board member in the Board of Education, and I'm self-appointing myself as the private school representative on the board because they never had one. And a lot of federal money flows into DOE, and I think private schools should get what they're entitled to. So I'm going to be the advocate for private schools and charter schools on the board. Fair warning to my fellow board members.
Hey, congratulations on that appointment. Congratulations on that appointment.
All right. Happy New Year, guys. Thank you so much for coming on.
Dr. Wynn, thank you for choosing St. Anthony, by the way.
Oh, you got to get that ticket. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks
Happy
very
New
much.
Year.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
Ooh, you're in trouble, Dr. Hoa. Sucks to be you.
As if the man didn't have enough to worry about this year.
Oh boy.
Well, I think Bob's gonna call me soon.
wait till he's after the show. Oh, he's done with the show, Bob. So, Dr. Hoa, you guys had a physicians advisory group meeting. So, what did you guys talk about?
Sabrina, we it's the new year and everyone has a lot of things to do. So the last advisory meeting is last week. We're supposed to have one last night, but we decided, hey, everyone have a lot of things to do. So especially taking care of the clinic, make sure everything's okay. So we didn't have a meeting last night.
Okay.
But again, our CAR score have been low. We see a little spike up north. So I know public health hopefully are taking care, make sure that they do the contact tracing and ask everyone to be careful during the holiday. You ask question of quarantine guidelines, any change in the near future, and again, it's all up to the state and how if there's a surge or not, during mid-January because of Christmas and New Year. So really depend on that. We're going to try to discuss and there's several options on the changing the guideline for the quarantine. But again, it's really depend on the surge in the U.S. or not. Because most of our passengers are from the U.S. So I think mid-January is some time frame where they expect the worst if anything happen because the holiday. So again, we will make decision or advise decision to the governor depend on if there is surge in mid-January the state or not. Mm-hmm. But the key here is to shorten the quarantine so people can quarantine at home, and also for the public health to stand up a firm program on home quarantine before that can be happen. So that's something we look forward to.
You said shorten. I mean, how long are you looking at? Because it's 6 days. You have the opportunity to test out, and then the 7th day, you can be released to home quarantine. So how much?
We can shorten up to about 2 days, 2-3 days or so, Sabrina, if we require people to test prior to arrival, and then test upon arrival, and then the final test is to test out for home quarantine.
Mm-hmm. Was that
so you can?
So that's the plan, that they're going to have rapid testing at the airport upon arrival.
That's the plan. Yeah, I'm not sure who spearhead that one. I think it's a surgeon cell or public health, the airport. But no, I think the plan to test them out the airport with the first test upon arrival. That's the antigen test.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Antigen, is that the Binax kind of?
That's the Binax. You can use the Binax, or you can use other modes, but I think most likely will be the Binax, because it's within 10 to 15 minutes. So while you wait for your luggage or something, it'll be done already.
Mm-hmm. How you been feeling since you took the vaccine? What is it, a week, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I'm on the first day. I don't really feel anything, I mean, just like a flu shot, it kind of hurt a little bit when you take the shot, but, I don't feel anything at all. I mean, all our physicians at AMC have been vaccinated, and, we got vaccinated, we come back to work the same day, so no one missed work, and most of our staff have also been vaccinated. Mm-hmm. So, there's no one calling out missing, little sore arm, but nothing major. No one calling in sick after the vaccination. So I think there's a lot of social media out there that say a lot of stuff, but to me, there's a risk and benefit, and for the vaccine, the benefit way outweigh the risk. So I would highly recommend the people to get the vaccine once that turn come. Mm-hmm. Okay, I know right now it's 75 and over, but as the vaccine become available in the next few months, if your turn come, please get the vaccine.
What do you make of this tremendous outpour of our island's Manumco that have gotten vaccinated, or want to get vaccinated? We've seen the long lines over the past few days, and I guess so many wanted to get vaccinated that they extended it a whole nother day today. Were you?
Yeah, I think it's beautiful. I mean, the Manumco, the 75-year-old older, I'm very, very sure that the family have been very protective of them, and they are most likely been at home now for several months, so I think that it's very nice for them to come out and get the vaccine. They want to be protected, and we want them to be protected, because that's our most precious people there on our island. And, so I highly encourage them to come out and get vaccinated. I think that they're not going to get the 100% of the 75 years and older, and they probably have to be reach out to the mayor of the village, and I would say that public health or someone have to go out to the village, each village, and make sure they reach out to all the 75-year-old older. So that way they don't have to wait in line, because that's a very long line, and there's no social distance in that one.
Yeah, you can tell that doesn't look like there's social distancing.
Yeah.
What about this new strain? How concerned should we be?
The new strain, what we hear and read about is that it's more infectious. I don't know how it can be more infectious than what it is right now, but the severity is the same. So I think that as long as we do the 3W and continue to do that, we will be okay. We wouldn't drop. And something that I don't know, it really need to be pushed through the media, for everything else, that getting the shot doesn't mean that you're gonna drop everything you do. You still have to practice the 3W and protect yourself. So and don't drop your guard, because you will get sick. Hopefully the symptom is not as severe and you don't end up in the hospital, but I think that getting the shot doesn't mean that you kind of drop everything. So with the new strain coming, I don't think that we know if the new strain are covered by the current vaccination, but we will find out. There's a lot more study need to be done by the federal government. So we will find out in the next few weeks or so to see if they need to modify the vaccine or not.
Andy, I'm going to wrap this up, but was there anything else you wanted to ask before I let him go?
What's that?
I was saying that I'm going to wrap up the interview. I wasn't sure if you were waving that you wanted to ask something.
No, I was just hanging out. I see Dr. Wen on a fairly regular basis, so we get caught up in our own little appointments. So I'll leave the professional stuff up to you.
Okay. All right. Doc, anything else we need to know? We're getting ready to celebrate New Year's Eve, and I think the message should still go out there that people just don't go crazy tonight.
Yeah. Don't go crazy tonight, and stay within your bubble, your family. And if someone come visit you, just make sure, just ask them, make sure they're not sick, anything like that. If they're sick, just ask them to stay home. Okay, so and really, we did very well for Thanksgiving. I'm telling you, beautiful. You can't ask any better. No, I think the people on Guam did so well, during Thanksgiving, that we really asked them to do the same thing for Christmas and New Year. By the second or third week of January, we know we did well or not, and we hope and pray that we continue to do well into the new year, and that's what we want to do. Again, when the vaccine comes, I would get the vaccines. I informed the director that we've been working with all the private insurance, and CMS have approved the fee for administration for the vaccine. So hopefully during the next phase, that there's about 30 clinics that also would like to offer the vaccination to their patient. That public health will release some of the vaccination to the clinic to be administered to the patient, especially the high comorbidity, because that's a capture audience when you have them in the clinic. And it's at no cost to the patient, zero cost at all. So I really will try to work with public health and see if they can distribute the vaccine to the clinics so they can give the high comorbidity patient. That way they don't have to constantly go to one place to get it. I think that's the only way they can reach out to the majority of population in Guam as fast as possible.
We do have
I actually did have a question, Doctor. We've talked so much about the vaccine and the preventative measures, but unfortunately, people still do get sick. So has there been any progress made as far as treatments go?
The treatment the same, and even there's right now there's no really current treatment, especially for the COVID-19. Is not. The treatment we have right now is not like when you have the influenza, you have Tamiflu. We not get to that point yet. I think when we get that point, I think we'll be much better in shape. So the treatment is still pending.
Okay. We do have actually a good question from one of our online viewers. And do we have the capabilities to test for the new strain? Maybe at the airport. I mean, will these Binax rapid test kits be able to detect this new virus or new strain? I'm sorry.
I think that's a different. They have to probably collect a specimen, send it to CDC to identify. So right now on the island, we have absolutely no ability to do that. So everything have to go back to the CDC to do the study. But I think we have to, public health probably give you more information when they collect the specimen, send them out or not, but right now with the current testing platform, we cannot identify the new strain.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Hoa. Happy New Year to you.
You're welcome. Happy New Year, you guys, and be safe
Happy
tonight.
New Year.
Okay?
Be safe.
Happy New Year, Andy. Bye, guys.
Bye. Oh, you can go talk to St. John's Bob.
Thanks.
All right, we are going to take a break, but when we return on the link, we're going to try and link into this press conference that's going live at 8 o'clock with the governor of the CNMI, and he's going to be providing an update to the people of the CNMI about what's happening with the coronavirus over there. So please stay tuned.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Confident. My name is Master Sergeant Jessica Leon Guerrero. I'm from the Guam Air National Guard, currently deployed and assigned to the 380th ESFS. I just want to wish my family a happy holidays and a happy new year. I miss you and I love you.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of Noben Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
And we are back here right at the top of the hour. We are KUAM FM in Hagutnia, Guam. It's Breeze 93.9 FM and The Link. And before we head into more of what we have next, I believe we have to say goodbye to our viewers on television. Brie?
Yes, I want to thank everybody for joining us on KUAM, television, TV. Happy New Year to you. Please join us over on 93.9 The Breeze, or you can catch our Facebook live stream on KUAM News. So adios, and we'll see you on the other side.
Right. Show, and I believe it's the beauty about the show. We can take you wherever you need to be this morning. And this morning, I believe we're about to jump in onto a press conference in our friends over our brothers and sisters in the north, CNMI.
Right. Governor Torres, he does have press conferences that they carry live. And so we're actually going to join the Zoom room, their Zoom room, and carry that press conference at least as much as we can here on The Link to update people on what's happening over there. And it is the last press conference, I want to say, of the year over with the governor in the CNMI. So we're going to be setting up everything so that we can go live. Is that video popped up? I see video on my side, and I think that's Gary over in Saipan. I believe he's a radio host over there, and I think that's how they stream their press conferences. I don't think you can hear me, but we're just waiting for the governor of the CNMI to start his press conference. Good morning, Gary. Nope, can't hear me. All right, well, we're going to take a break and make sure we are all set up technically on our side to carry this press conference. Again, it is live from the CNMI.
Guam's early battles with COVID-19 were strong and forced cases down. Unfortunately, new cases surged in August, and we could not bring it down to previous levels, only to see an even higher wave surge from there. As a result, we have seen COVID hospitalizations rise in similar fashion. This is a big problem, especially on Guam.
In any hospital, the capacity to treat patients is based on the number of beds available and the professional healthcare staff available to treat these patients safely. Many of these beds are already occupied by the typical non-COVID patients, such as accident victims, stroke patients, and so forth.
But when healthier people get COVID and go around spreading it, they wind up infecting vulnerable people, sometimes directly, and sometimes by infecting someone else who then infects a vulnerable person, like some of our manamku. COVID can infect you fast and make many sick fast, which ultimately fills up hospital beds fast. Like most of the world, on Guam, the young, especially those in their 20s and 30s, make a majority of the COVID cases, but it's primarily our elders that are dying prematurely from it. Overall, those younger than 60 years old make up 88% of cases, yet it is those over 60 years old that make up 62% of the deaths related to COVID. If you died in your 60s, that's about 2 decades short of the average life expectancy.
So as our hospital census rises, the crisis only worsens. Some with severe cases of COVID can't get care or suffer delays. And some who could be saved die. Plus, some with other medical issues have same challenges, and some of them die too.
So what exactly is happening on Guam most recently? We can look at Guam's admitted COVID patients, the non-COVID adult patients, and the combined census numbers of both groups. Typical capacity on Guam for adult patients is about 150 beds between GMH and GRMC. When the total census goes above this, it becomes increasingly difficult to provide the safest and most effective inpatient care, thus creating a surge crisis. Many on Guam are fighting for their lives, while our hospitals are resorting to extraordinary measures, Surge conditions equals potential for avoidable deaths. 95% of all the COVID-related deaths on Guam have occurred during the current waves. We are seeing record deaths in 2020, with September being the deadliest month. The official count from October is on track to surpass September. Even the non-COVID deaths have been above the average recorded over the past 5 years. To stop the spread now requires stronger efforts beyond what we've already done. Many in Guam have done a commendable job protecting themselves, their families, friends, and even strangers. But there are still some that don't, either because of COVID fatigue or momentary lapses in keeping their guard up. Then there are some who outright defy recommendations from the medical community. Our hospital surges may be made of only the severe cases, but it was generated mostly by people who didn't feel sick. That means the people who can do the most to avoid unnecessary deaths.
Governor Sinamai is holding a press conference, his update. So we are going to go straight to Saipan and jump in on this press conference.
Are tapping in with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we'll play some more Christmas songs and put us all in the Christmas spirit as we say goodbye to 2020 this morning. Good morning, everybody.
Okay, they're still waiting for the press conference to start. So we're going to go ahead and play one of our songs. It's sponsored by Burger King. It is Cover Me. And I believe these are students, right, from the University of Guam? Who is it? Laddie Tones. I love the Laddie Tones.
Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you'll get by if you smile through your fear and sorrow. Smile, maybe tomorrow you'll see the sun come shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness. Hide every trace of sadness. All was here, maybe ever so near. That's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You'll find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile. You just smile. Oh, smile. Though your heart is aching. Smile even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you'll get by if you smile through your fear and sorrow. Smile and maybe tomorrow you'll see the sun come shining through for you.
Light up your face with gladness. Hide every trace of sadness. Although what's here may be ever so near. The time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You'll find that life is still worthwhile if you just
that was the Laddie Tones. They were our performers for Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. And we, as we mentioned earlier, we are just waiting for the press conference to get underway over in the CNMI. The governor is going to be giving his, I guess, final words for 2020 as we all say goodbye to this year. We're so tired of it.
Bye, Felicia.
Matter of fact, tonight we actually have a special at 6:30 p.m. It's called Hindsight 2020. We're going to be reflecting on this past year, and of course, we're all looking forward to 2021. Adriana Cotero will be hosting that special, and we've got all the members of our news team actually talking about some of the lessons we learned.
What a crazy year it is.
Yeah, it definitely has been. I know it's affected me in all kinds of ways. Didn't think we would be doing an interactive radio, TV, Facebook show. That's for sure. And it, like we've said in the past, that this was only supposed to be a temporary show when it was called Containing COVID.
Yep.
And, you know, we put together the show in like one day. We had the press conference. The governor held the press conference on March 15th when she announced the first 3 positive cases. Went into a meeting on a Monday, talked about what do we need to do. We need to get information out to the community as fast as possible. And what a better way to do that than to do a radio show, but not just a radio show, make it an interactive show. Where people can not only call in, but they can message us on Facebook. It would be, you know, on TV. And here we are today. We're still going, and it is a permanent show. We've switched from Containing COVID in late July, August. We switched the name, and it's The Link. And so this show is just, it's been amazing how we not only put together a show in a day, but just the evolution of it, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
From just call-ins to now doing all kinds of interviews via Zoom. And even just the fact that we are zooming into a press conference with the CNMI is pretty amazing. We did that, I think, one time with the National Weather Service when there was that talk of a possible storm, and we zoomed in on that. And so this is actually the second time we've done something like this. And so I think they are getting ready to start the press conference. So no,
got some jams. They're still partying a little bit. Pre-party.
Yeah.
Pre-party to the conference.
Right. So our special Hindsight 2020, it's going to air at 6:30 tonight on KUAM TV8. It will also be streaming live on our Facebook page. So I guess, I'm not sure if they're waiting for us, but I don't think so.
Oh, still jamming out.
Okay. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a break, and then we will come back, and hopefully we can zoom back into that press conference.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of No Ben and Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Day. My name is Master Sergeant Jessica Leon Guerrero. I'm from the Guam Air National Guard, currently deployed and assigned to the 380th ESFS. I just want to wish my family a happy holidays and a happy new year. I miss you and I love you.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
What an awesome jam. 8:16 in the morning. We're back here with the link, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Right. We just overheard that they are waiting for the governor of the CNMI. I think they said that he was arriving from Tinian, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so once he does land, he's gonna join the Zoom room over there so that we can also join the Zoom room for the press conference that he's going to be having. But for now,
and that is cool because he's like, okay, it's not like I'm landing and then I've got to be like en route to my office and I've got to set up in my my chambers and everything like that. He's like, as soon as I land, I'm gonna break out my phone and join you on the tarmac.
Okay. Yeah, he is flying in from Tinian. So once he does land and they start the press conference, we will go back to Saipan. But for now, the Joint Information Center reports that there are 15 new COVID-19 cases out of 339 tests performed Tuesday. Guam's current coronavirus case count since mid-March is now 7,308 with 121 deaths. 169 active cases and 7,018 recoveries. There are 15 coronavirus admissions in island hospitals with 3 patients in ICU, 2 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is now 0.6. Due to overwhelming turnout of our elderly population to get vaccinated, another clinic will be held today at Ukadu High School for those who are 75 years of age and older. It will open at 9 a.m. and the vaccine will be provided to the first 600 individuals. A government-issued ID is required and participants will be asked to present a list of their current doctor-prescribed medication. As of yesterday, a total of 3,439 island residents have been vaccinated, with 3 people who have had an adverse reaction to the vaccine. Public Health will be providing water and light snacks to those waiting in line. Patients are advised to bring their own assistive devices such as wheelchairs, scooters, walkers, bring a jacket or sweater, as the post-observation room can get cold, and wear comfortable clothing and shoes. Additionally, healthcare workers who qualify under Phase 1A who were unable to receive their vaccine can go to the clinic between 2:30 and 3 o'clock this afternoon to be immunized. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Guam's Manumco are the prioritized group in the Phase 1B category, and moving forward, Public Health plans to vaccinate essential frontline Gov Guam, federal and private sector workers. However, as DPHSS Public Information Officer Janela Carrera explains, there is a limited supply, and the Vaccine and Antiviral Prioritization Policy Committee, or VAPPC, is currently narrowing down the list. She says the request for the vaccine from both the local and federal court will be revisited at a later date. As for the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine, it's set to be administered on January 7th for Phase 1A, that being healthcare professionals. Carrera says a new venue is being eyed.
May not have Ukudu High School, especially now that we know that face-to-face learning has been approved. So we may not have this venue for our vaccination clinic. So we're looking at the possibility of using the EOG Calvo Fieldhouse as a venue.
Once a venue is finalized, the final announcement will be issued on the date and time for the second dose vaccination. GDOE may be returning to face-to-face instruction come January, but the University of Guam has other plans. UOG will continue distance learning, however, parts of the campus may reopen later in the semester. UOG Chief Marketing and Communications Officer Jonas Macapinlac says, "We have a plan in place for when we decide to reopen. This was prepared at the beginning of this past semester in August, but it will be adjusted based on the upcoming guidelines from the Gov and DPHSS based on the campus needs." The Guam Community College will be meeting with DPHSS tomorrow to discuss further details on their plans for reopening. Meanwhile, Harvest Christian Academy Administrator Jeremy Zajac chimed in saying they're looking forward to the reopening of the school and are awaiting further guidance from public health.
From the very beginning, we've been ready to go with our mitigation plan. We've been advocating, as you know, along the way. So we're going to follow the guidance that's given to us, that's been given to us by our healthcare professionals and, infectious disease experts. So by following those and training our teachers and our staff, we feel like we'll have a pretty good chance of staying healthy on campus.
Harvest will continue to offer online support and are awaiting for final guidance for further details. The governor called senators into a special session on Wednesday to pass a bill to refund certain airport bonds so GIAA can meet its operational needs. It will be the second time in as many years that the airport is trying to squeeze out debt service savings to meet obligations. Here's more.
The global travel industry has seen a huge drop in passengers, forcing airports, including Guam's, to scramble for ways to save money and cover operational costs. Airport Deputy Manager Ricky Hernandez testified in today's special session that the bill under consideration would help save about $9.5 million in debt service.
The key here is really what we're trying to do is we're trying to refinance debt with lower interest rates with obviously a requirement of a 2% net present value savings. And what we'll be doing with that is we're hoping to fill the gap in the revenue. We've cost cut around 20% of our operating expenses. And so an additional debt service cost reduction will be very helpful for us in meeting what we're expecting to be not.
I just landed from Tinian. Chairman Warren and Gar Patrick Guerrero, we were in Tinian to go over the vaccine operation. So that's the reason why I was late. So sorry.
It's great, Governor. Great to hear your voice, and I'm glad to hear that the Outer Islands, well, not the Outer Islands, but Tinian and Rhoda will be getting their vaccines very shortly. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Well, it's last day of the year, and I cannot be more grateful than our community, and so much things to be appreciative, and just life itself. I know that KSPN last night gave an award, a communities award, to the COVID task force, to our hospital, our first responders. So I want to thank the community. Thank you for following the directives, encouraging each other, protecting each other, and fighting COVID with each other, not against each other. With that, I'm open for any questions or comments.
Ferdy, you want to start off?
Good morning, Governor.
Good morning.
So far, how's the feeling after getting vaccinated against COVID? Is there any side effect?
Governor, did you get that?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, there is no side effects, no massive headache, no migraine headache, just a slight discomfort and I think that's normal because on my left shoulder where I got the shot. Other than that, there's nothing, nothing to be concerned. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So there's just discomfort. There's nothing, no side effects. And it's been almost going on 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. So yeah, it's good.
Right.
Good, Ferdy.
Second question, Governor, please give us update with the second stimulus package.
Well, I know Secretary Dave is also Secretary of Finance is on the air. To my understanding, we have to wait until we get the transfer of funds from U.S. and once we have that, then we'll disseminate that immediately.
And third, Governor, please give us an update regarding the travel bubble. I know this will start early January.
We're still there's some documents and approvals that needs to be approved, and we're waiting for those approvals. Other than that, we continue to do our end here in terms of working with MVA and our private partner to have the plan executed the best we can. So we're just waiting for it. And again, all of this we are trying to promote CNMI, but at the end of the day, it's a new norm of tourism.
Okay, that's it for now, Governor.
All right,
Happy
thank
New
you,
Year.
Freddie, and Happy New Year.
Guam TV, you're on.
Hi,
Do you have
Governor.
any questions for the governor?
Sure, I have some questions. Good morning, Governor Torres. I guess welcome back to Saipan. I did want to ask about. I did want to ask about. You mentioned the vaccines. Can you tell us how many people have been vaccinated in the CNMI?
I know that our CEO is also on the line, I believe. She would have a more direct number, but I know that we have, I'm pretty sure it's about 3,000, if not more.
Wow.
2,709.
Okay, 2,709. There you go.
Okay. Over here we've moved into the second phase of vaccinations, and now we are vaccinating our islands Manonco. But over there in the CNMI, can you kind of just tell us what the process was in terms of how you determined, I guess, which priority groups were to get vaccinated, I guess, first and then on down?
So maybe our CEO can also chime in, but we did prioritize according to CDC guidelines. That'll be the first responders. I know that our nurses and our doctors got their first opportunity to get vaccinated. And then there's certain tiers of priorities. And as well as government employees, the Manamco, we have that early on as well. So that was the first priority, was the first responders and that tier. But CEO can chime in.
Yes. Hi. So yeah, we did the first responders, healthcare workers, Manamco, and as numbers, we've been monitoring the numbers, and then we start expanding it to the other group. So we had added the essential workers as well. And we did reduce the age from 65 and above to 60. We are also looking at those that have are chronically ill, but for example, whether they're on getting chemo as well as dialysis. So we are covering those, and yes, thank you.
Yeah, when you said frontliners, you are referring to as well as like police officers, firefighters. right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Gov, then what about vaccinations in Tinian and Rhoda? Have they begun? What is the plan?
Do you want me to? Okay.
Sure.
So,
This is Esther,
All
right?
so-
Esther Munya?
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yes, this is Esther Munya. And do you see my...
There you are. Okay, I see it.
Okay, yes. So for vaccines for Tinian, we're going to start with Tinian. There is about 200 individuals that we will be vaccinating within either next week or the following week. We're working with the mayor office to basically roll it out. And once we get more Moderna, we only received about 400 doses actually. So we are going to be using the first dose and the second dose. And then we will, when we get more, we will also go to Rhoda. And it's still within our plan. We were looking at mid-January to start it. So this is actually within our plan as well. So.
How many Pfizer vaccines did you guys receive?
We got about sorry, I keep they keep changing numbers, but it's $9.75 per tray, but you can get a little bit more depending on what you can get out of one vial, right? So there are times when there's one extra or more, and so we had six trays. I can't even say it. 6 trays, but then we are making sure that it's we have the second dose available. The second dose is about to be rolled out on January the 9th, so we want to make sure that we have the second doses here available.
So Governor, you took the vaccine. You didn't grow a third arm or anything like that. So that's good to hear that you're fine. Have there though been any adverse reactions to the vaccine?
No, absolutely not. Like I said, the day I got it on Saturday, the next day is when I felt the discomfort. Again, nothing alarming. In fact, I was telling everyone that I got the flu shot a month and a half ago. That was worse than this vaccine. So again, absolutely nothing. No flu, no coughing, no sneezing. And so yes, I'm good. I'm good.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's been, I guess, the response over there in the CNMI to the vaccines? I know you said 2,700 had been vaccinated, and everybody has a limited supply, including here on Guam. But just in the community, are you seeing people that want to get vaccinated, or are you seeing fear of getting vaccinated?
Well, we would like to encourage everyone to get vaccinated. And again, we've worked so hard as a community. We have sacrificed basically our lives, our loved ones, and we've always talked about vaccine. So now that it's here, we want to encourage everyone to take it. Government employees, private sectors, our retirees, our manamku, and every age in between that is able to get a vaccine. And if there's any health issues, we suggest to consult a doctor, and then we'll go from there. But we really do want to get CNMI vaccinated as much and as high percentage as we can.
And I know one of the other reporters had kind of touched on it. You guys are still on target. You just need to work out some or have more discussions about the reopening of tourism. And this is the corridor, I want to say, with South Korea.
Yes.
Okay. So
again, here, yes, and it's just the understanding that when tourists comes in, that our community understand that this is going to be a new norm of tourism, as well as our tourists that's coming to the CNMI understands that there's got to be some changes into tourists, the way we do things post pre-COVID. So yes, we're trying to adjust on what that new norm, but it's important that our health priorities here doesn't change. And again, I've said this in the past that our system works, and that system does not and will not change in terms of travel bubble that comes in.
Right. I think it's kind of obvious that the system has been working. I think the last time I checked, it was 122 total confirmed COVID-19 cases in the CNMI, and that is since March 28. Yeah, you guys have been doing a really great job. I did want to ask, are you guys monitoring, or how are you guys monitoring this new strain that's being reported?
Very closely. And again, those concerns, those presents here. And again, we're going to go back again to vaccine, that we're seeing these stronger strains that's happening on our region. And really, regardless on what region around the world people travel, who's spreading this. So that's why, I encourage everyone to get vaccinated, because you're not just protecting yourself, you're protecting your loved ones. So yes, we are concerned about the different strains and how strong it is.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Sorry, I didn't mean to take up so much time. Happy New Year.
No problem.
No, you're good.
Esther, we'll turn it over to our task force now. Esther, I think Warren will be on momentarily. Esther, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. Well, as mentioned earlier, we have 2,709. We are expecting a little over 200 today that have already registered. Again, for the Manamco, we always have an assistance, on-site registration assistance. We are expecting more vaccines, but until we see the shipping manifest, we will be making another arrangement for we'll be making announcement on when we're going to be doing more vaccines for the first dose. So we are working on the plans to get the doses to Tinian, and as well as working on the second dose. And, we continue to monitor our borders with our testing capability and quarantine requirements on site. So that's it, and Happy New Year to everyone.
Thank you, Esther. Appreciate all the great work you folks are doing. Ferdy, go ahead. You have the floor.
Again, that was the press conference with the governor of the CNMI. As you saw, that was Esther Muña with the hospital over in the CNMI, and I think it was David Italic, who is the commissioner or secretary of finance of the CNMI. We're going to cut out of that press conference. Thank you to the governor of the CNMI and Gary for allowing us to zoom in and link in to their press conference, just to kind of give everybody here, and we do have viewers in the CNMI, just an opportunity to hear what's happening over there. And already they have vaccinated 2,709 people. The governor of the CNMI also got vaccinated. They are making plans to begin vaccinations in Tinian and Rota, and as you heard, they're still on target to reopen tourism in the CNMI in early January, and they've established this tourism corridor with South Korea. We are going to have more news, more information, more entertainment. Jason may do a little dancing here on the link, so stay tuned.
Catch the link on Breeze.
You're watching the link with.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of No Benen Niño starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, Service, Trust.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Confident. My name is Master Sergeant Jessica Leon Guerrero. I'm from the Guam Air National Guard, currently deployed and assigned to the 380th ESFS. I just want to wish my family a happy holidays and a happy new year. I miss you and I love you.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of Noben Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Back minutes away from 9 o'clock end of the morning. We're back with the next couple things here on our to-do list here with The Link. Remember, this show probably brought to you guys by Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. We're back with your hosts, Sabrina Salas, Matt Tanani, and myself, Victorious, Jason Salas, and Joe Sir. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to head into the Zoom room where we have got Officer Paul Tapau from the Guam Police Department. Good morning, Paul.
Hey, off the day. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Mogatin.
Yeah, can you hear that feed? You can? Yeah, we do have some feedback. We're trying to figure out where that is coming from. It can't be coming from Saipan or the CNMI. I know we just went there, so I'm not sure. Do we need to go to a break and try and figure this out again, or what? Are we good? Still. Okay, I'm so sorry, Paul. We're just going to take another quick break and then try and figure it out, and then we'll get back to you.
Ship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry
And we are back, and we're going straight back into the Zoom room. We got to work all that technical difficulties. We're back, and we're ready to keep this show going.
Yes, definitely. We figured what it was, and it was my iPad. So.
Well, thank you for Sergeant Paul for being patient. I mean, it's not like the Steelers losing 3 in a row, but I mean, we just had some audio issues. So I mean, he's had to deal with worse lately. Sorry, Paul.
Oh boy.
Paul's like, I'm
We
gonna
got the win that we needed, so that was a good thing. So, you know, other than that, winter's coming. They've been dubbed the king of the north, so so long as we secure the division, we're good.
Well, we wanted to bring you on. Of course, it is New Year's Eve, and there might be some knuckleheads out there tonight. And so we wanted you to come on and lay down the law. What?
Well, you know, I mean, traditionally in Guam, you know, when we bring in the New Year's, it's really celebrated. And, you know, we, with the Guam Police Department, we continue to remind our responsible gun owners, first and foremost, please, you know, let's do what, you know, we adhere to, and understanding that owning and possessing a firearm is a greater responsibility, which is incumbent upon the owner. And, you know, we ask them to please, you know, let's not celebrate, or let's refrain from celebrating the New Year by discharging the firearms into the air, because we've seen before in previous past, you know, reports of damaged property have been, you know, coming in the next day, or, you know, in the morning hours of New Year's. And of course, you know, some injuries that have been reported in histories past. So, you know, that's always the Guam tradition that we're trying to break, and, you know, we're trying to find better alternatives for our local Guamanians to celebrate the New Year. And, you know, I want to remind, again, our responsible gun owners, it is against the law to unlawfully discharge your firearms within a residential area. So, you know, that's always our concern, you know, with the Guam Police Department. We take shelter, you know, we take care of our officers, and, you know, once 11:59 rolls in, you know, that's when we start hearing from the northern to the southern end, you know, discharging of firearms. So, you know, if we can exercise caution, if we can understand the importance of, you know, each and every community member's safety, we ask, again, you know, for them to, the registered gun owners, to refrain from celebrating in that manner. And, you know, again, you know, with the tradition of New Year's, it's celebrated with alcohol beverages, and, you know, the festive activities, you know, gone on before because of COVID. You know, we've had promotions with various venues, and, you know, that's unlimited, you know, all you can drink events and stuff. And, you know, it's great to celebrate amongst friends and families. But, you know, the greater thing about doing this is really designating a responsible, sober driver. And this is where you give the gift of life, and, you know, taking care of yourself, and first and foremost, but also taking care of the community by designating a responsible sober driver. But, you know, we still have to adhere to the executive order of the, you know, the gathering. I think it's still 15 within, you know, respective household. I know they've increased the establishment to 25% occupancy, and of course the outdoor dining. And, you know, we've been tracking some events that are going to be happening. There are no fireworks, so, you know, there's no, you know, this year has been really, you know, unprecedented, and, it's been a challenging year for everybody. So, let's focus on what's important and really keeping those that we love close to us and, celebrating and bringing in the new year the right way.
I'm glad you mentioned that fireworks, because we did speak with one of our reporters, Jeff Sanchez, Guam's only licensed pyrotech display company, ShowPro Pyrotechnics, will not be hosting any fireworks displays this year. Jeff Sanchez, who's the owner, said that we don't have any contracts with any of the hotels, private companies, or GovGuam for New Year's fireworks. If you see any at midnight, they are not us and not authorized or legal.
That's absolutely correct. Jeff Sanchez is very respected within the pyrotech community. He is the only licensed, company that can display fireworks. So, we've had incidents before in previous past where, people have, or some way, somehow, were able to obtain that. And, that, believe it or not, that case is still actively investigated with the local authorities, the Guam Police Department, in conjunction with ATF. And, that's just a reminder that, he is, Jeff has exercised response. He's assisted us. He's provided us, assistance in the past when we've reported or we've annotated reports of illegal fireworks. These are things in which, he has provided the assistance to the Guam Police Department. But, unfortunately, with that announcement, there are no shows tonight. And, there's always, it's always great when we had the fireworks shows down in Tumon and, you see the gathering. But due to the pandemic and, of course, COVID-19, these are some of the restrictions in place. So, hopefully 2021 brings something, something more better for Guam. And, I'm really excited for this. I can't wait for 2021.
Paul, what time is the fireworks in Agate?
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, and hope everybody, adheres to, the laws and everything. But we're excited for 2021. The Guam Police Department, with our side of the shop, our community affairs, hearing the opening of schools, a lot of our youth-based initiative is focusing on the youth and, connecting with our partners in the Micronesian Research Center. I talked to Sam, we're still corresponding, we're still moving forward. So, with easing of restrictions, looking into the future, a foresight way of thinking, I'm really optimistic. And I really believe that a lot of positive things are coming out in 2021. So, let's just continue to stay the course, do what we need to do to really mitigate and stop the community spread of COVID-19 by doing our part, exercising social distancing, wear your mask, wash your hands, and adhere really to the executive order, because as you've seen it, the CAR scores have gone down drastically, and that's a good thing. And I think we can shatter that, and we can help Department of Public Health and Social Service with their contact tracing. The numbers are showing that the daily positive tests, I want to say 90% of that is really attributed to contact tracing, and that's really a good sign, knowing that public health is really on top of the contact tracing, and that's the first step in proper mitigation.
Mm-hmm. Paul, what about vaccination for GPD? I know that the VA CPP did discuss police officers moving up the line. Have you guys heard anything on when police officers may get vaccinated?
I know we are due. I know they right now they are tier 1 Bravo, and that's with the 75 and over for the Manumco. So there's been a positive turnout for that. The numbers are showing that our Manumcos, our elders, are really adhering, and they want in on the vaccine. So Chief Stephen Ignacio has been in collaborating with the Director of Department of Public Health, and getting our officers vaccinated. Our guys have shown interest. I think we have well over 90 officers to 100 officers that are willing to get vaccinated. So that's a good thing, because as we've been reporting since the onset of COVID, I think within the government agencies, the Guam Police Department has reported 36 positive cases within our line agencies to include our civilian employees. So, this is a good, indicator that the interaction with the community, our officers, with the unknowns, dealing with that, it's a good aid, it's a good tool to know that, you have a vaccine that it's proven to work. So, allowing our officers to better themselves and, giving them the tool to do their work and, assuring them that they're going to be safe. I think this is the right step in moving forward. But, again, the Guam Police Department is expected to get vaccinated. We're hoping that once they complete the Tier 1 Bravo with the Namkus, that, we'll be seeing or hearing something shortly. So, we're optimistic. We're looking forward to it. I'm really excited for the officers that they are going to be armed with, something that will help prevent and keep them safe.
Okay. Has the Guam Police Department issued any citations yet since being authorized and given, the approval to?
None of them tracking. I apologize. Since I believe in Thanksgiving, I've been really, tracking and stuff. But I could do the research with our COVID response team and of course the respective precincts. But again, that the authorization to issue the citation has been granted since the onset of Thanksgiving. So here we are now with 2 holidays that passed. So when we did, we're granted the authorization. I was consistent with the checks and balance of the respective precinct. And it's really assuring to hear that, within the respective precincts and the respective operations sergeants reporting that from their direct supervisors who were out during the holidays, such as Thanksgiving and of course, the Christmas events, they have indicated that a lot of the community has been adhering to the governor's executive order of the 15, well, back then it was 10 and now it's 15. So, there wasn't really any calls or concerns from the community that were called into the 311 information up at the rec center, nor to the precinct. So, that's a good indicator that, again, the numbers are showing the drop in cases, the drop in positivity. It's really showing that it is, attributed to the people adhering to the executive order. So not getting any reports from any citations since Thanksgiving and of course leading into the Christmas holiday.
Okay. Before I let you go, I gotta ask about the Michael Castro case. He has been missing since what, two months now. Is there anything?
It's still ongoing. I know. Mr. Castro's mom was on the air and stuff, and she did address some concerns. And these are concerns that every parent has and everything, and we understand. And our detectives have been in communication with the parents and of course the loved ones. And this case is still an active investigation. We were our detectives, of course, with the death investigations with both the Sinahanya incident and the one in Tumune, we were able to close that in really a short matter of time. We were able to apprehend those that were responsible, and of course we had an outstanding individual relative to the Tumune incident that we were able to apprehend him on Christmas Day. So shifting back, within that duration of those two death investigations, we were still consistently working with this ongoing missing persons case. And, again, this is where we continue to ask the community that, it's been reported since October, the latter part of October going into November. And we want to, we're going to continue to ask the community for their assistance, and anyone that may provide assistance to the Guam police or aid this case, please, utilize the Guam Crime Stoppers. Submit a tip online at guam.crimestoppersweb.com or call our detectives directly at 472-8911. This is information that is critical. This is information that we can use. This is information that's going to aid the case. So, again, this is an active case, still ongoing. I know it's really, it's hard to, as a parent, and, we understand and we wholeheartedly, we're going to continue to work this case.
Hey, Sergeant, I got a real quick question. I wanted to kind of shine some very deserved light on a colleague of yours, because the Officer of the Year was, of course, announced the other day. And when we were doing back, Bree and I were talking about this the other day, when the world was normal, we were very privileged to go out with you and your colleagues, and you introduced us to many of your fellow boys and girls in blue. And you can see where I'm going with this. And Officer Susie has been selected as, look at the smile on the sergeant's face and everything like that. What does it mean to you as a longtime colleague of hers? We've worked with her many, many times. She is someone I know whose character is genuine, is impeccable, and she's told us, and she goes, I just want to make sure that my neighbors, our kids, anybody that calls Guam home can just say, I want you to walk down these streets and not have to look over your shoulder and not have to say, I wonder if I should put my wallet in the front pocket instead of the back. I don't want to have to worry if someone's like looking at me weird and everything like that. That's the character that we know of her. What can you say as someone who's done the training with her, served Guam in a noble way all these years and everything? And what does it mean to you to see her get that recognition?
Wow. Oh, man. Congratulations, Susie. Prior to COVID, when she first came to the shop, it was just her and I, the community affairs. And understanding what we needed to do in really bringing up community affairs and auxiliary division, we went out there and we just, immersed ourselves within the community. We've, met with officers, we met with respective village leaders, mayors. We heard the concerns of the community. We've, reached and we crossed that barrier, and we've actually connected with our Micronesian brothers and sisters. And within the last 4 years, the team in itself, we were able to accomplish things that were visions of the Guam Police Department some 20-some years ago. And we were able to see that come to fruition based on the work that the team at Community Affairs did. And, Susie is a team leader. She is my go-to gal, my flying Samoan. Her Samoan tenacity mixed with her Chamorro Balitres bloodline. I think it's a perfect combination, because, you got to find a connection to make things work. Just like you guys at the link, since day one, since you guys started tracking COVID to now, the link, that connection that you guys established is the same connection that, we've established as, moving into a 2-man operation to trying to expand to a 6-man operation that, the vision of having a community-based officer within each respective jurisdiction from the north to the central to the south. And, these were the visions these are the visions that, Susie had imposed, and, her tenacity, her will, her work, and her faith, and her love for fellow man was really that element that was needed to move community affairs in the direction.
And that's a great word, Sarge, when you said tenacity, because I by no means did I mean to say that Officer Susie Santos is in any way, soft or a pushover when she's a cop. I mean, she really cares about the community, as I really tried to emphasize. But we also know that as a sworn officer of the law, you do not want to be a bad guy when Officer Susie Santos is on the case, because if you are someone who is going against the laws of Guam, she takes no crap from anybody. She is as hard as they come. She's a very good officer.
She's great, but again, the work, and I told the team, and I want to thank Lieutenant Kevin Guerrero, who was our commander, for allowing us and really allowing us to take the reins and really moving forward. But her work, her achievements, and her accomplishments with her receiving the Police Officer of the Year is really indicative of all the work that was attributed from the entire team. And she's an instrument, just like everybody, that played a factor in bringing our initiatives forward. I mean, the bond and the community commitment that we have now with our Micronesian brothers and sisters, we will go out to Hemlanis, and Susie was always in the front line, setting up the basketball court, setting up the volleyball court, and the net, playing with the kids. I mean, you got to see her with the community, and it's just taking that back, and it's, it really built that bridge and connected that bridge within what was missing within the Guam Police Department. And she's a real testament of a true community-oriented police officer. And that's a prime example of, just her work and her passion and her dedication. And, she's guided by faith. And I really applaud that because, that allowed her to reason more in understanding what needed to be done. And, again, congratulations. Sole. Hello, Fayette.
Well, I know Sabrina and I and everybody here at KUAM, we extend our heartfelt congratulations. And because Bree and I have interviewed her so many times over the years, if she's watching this live or if you guys send it to her and just be like, hey, officer, here's what they said about you. She's be, hey, Jason, stop talking about me, man. I just want to do my job. She's very, very humble, but she's a total sweetheart. And again, absolutely deserving of this. And certainly her recognition, her win is also a win for your department, your team, and your cadre. So congratulations to you, Sarge.
Definitely a big W. I just want to, sorry guys, I just want to jump on here. So I just want to jump on here and, say again, congratulations to Officer Susie. And I just want to say a big, big thank you to the Guam Police Department for all that you do, especially when it comes down to the FAS community here on Guam. Paul, we've had long talks about this, either in the studio when you're walking out at an interview or, on our long Zooms, our interviews on the One Micronesia podcast. The work that you guys do is just amazing. And I think that's where we needed to make the connection first. If we needed to make a change, it had to start, and you guys made this, the first step in, stepping out there into the community saying, hey, we're the Guam Police Department. We're about the law. We're about, protecting the community and enforcing the law. But at the same time, we're humans too, and we can come down to a level where we can understand each other. So you guys stepped out and really did that. And we see that today, you talk about, rolling into Himalanis. 5 years ago, a police car rolls into Himalanis. Everybody's in their homes locking the doors like, oh, shoot, what did we do wrong? Nowadays, when a police car or you guys roll into Himalanis, the kids are like, oh, is there a game today? We missed. Did we not get it? Was there a basketball game today? Was there, something with Menelu and the GPD? So seeing something like this is just beautiful. It turned into something that we needed, especially during this time. So again, to you and the Guam Police Department, thank you guys so much for all that you do.
Viva GPD!
Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Paul.
Thanks, guys.
And again, congratulations.
Thank you again to the hardworking men and women on behalf of Chief Stephen Ignacio. It's not a dry eye right now that I'm feeling, but everybody deserves to be police officer of the year. What we're going through, but it's trying times. We thank the community for trusting in us, believing in the Guam Police Department. Again, the hardworking men and women, uniform and both our civilian employees. We want to wish you guys on behalf of Chief Stephen Ignacio, our managers, our commanders, stay safe, God bless, and let's move forward with 2021. Thanks, guys.
Hey guys, on the last day of the year, we made the big guy cry.
Yeah! Got him.
Take care, Paul. See you next year.
God bless you guys. Take care.
Cheers, brother.
See you guys next year.
And we're going to stay in the Zoom room and check in with the Guam Memorial Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas. It's been a while, Lillian. Hafa good morning.
Hafa good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. You look great.
Well, thank you. Everybody looks great too. It's the season, best part of the year, right?
Yeah. I want to ask, did you get vaccinated? I don't know if we spoke since.
Yes, I did. I was on the first day that we got our vaccine supply from Public Health, December 17th. But I couldn't get it during the earlier times because I was in just so many Zoom meetings. I got it at 4:30. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I really did not have much of any reaction to it other than the sore in my arm and a little bit of fatigue the next day. I felt kind of lung up. Just wanted to sleep. But other than that, no, I feel great. And I feel really, really relieved and just great that, we have this weapon to help us fight this COVID pandemic. And so hopefully we can get as many people vaccinated, here in the hospital, the staff, and also the community. Mm-hmm. So yes, we have about 800 of our staff who got vaccinated. Wow. So that's like about 72%.
Right, kind of like what you were saying when you did the survey early on. So that's good.
Right. Yes, we'd like to increase it to, at least 90% of our staff to get vaccinated. But of course, we respect their concern and their hesitancy. So, but the confidence level is there. Most of us, all of us who got vaccinated, very little, very minor reaction to it.
So, Lillian, when you had those people decline the vaccine, was there a reason given, or do you have that information? Just curious, is it just a fear of needles, or do they have other concerns?
It's other concerns. Those with multiple health conditions, those who have had diagnosis with cancer and are going through, some chemotherapy, some treatment, and they're concerned that their immune system is kind of compromised. And so understandably, but again, the science that we've gotten from the folks, the Moderna and the Pfizer, those really should not, other than those individuals who are immunocompromised or on medication that compromises their immune system, and those with history of severe allergic reaction, those are the ones who are really exercising caution and not really recommending that they get it. But for most part, it's very safe. Even if you have multiple health conditions like I do, it's very safe. So I'm confident with it.
Okay, good, and there's a lot of confidence out there. And I mentioned, we were talking to Dr. Wen earlier, and I asked, I'm just curious about, we have the vaccine now, preventative, just to prevent the spread, but you are handling a lot of treatment. So you've been keeping up on the news as far as any developments go, as far as treatment is concerned?
Other than this, the monoclonal antibody therapeutics that we have initiated here, the Bamlanivimab, we've given those therapeutics already to individuals who meet the criteria. We have the Regeneron, which is also a monoclonal antibody therapeutics. We received the shipment, and so the doctors have already pretty much gone through the protocols and have approved it. We've also administered the convalescent plasma transfusion. We've given that. And then with the vaccines, those are the pharmaceutical therapeutics that are part of the treatment for COVID. Other treatments such as the remdesivir, we started that when we first received it. With the Decadron, that's the steroid. We've also instituted a very robust proning program. When the individuals are here in the hospital, we try and get them proned every 2 hours so that we prevent them from getting to the point where they need to be on a ventilator support. So those are some of the treatment modalities that we have also instituted here in the hospital.
So you have weapons in the arsenal. You're not just going in there unarmed.
No way. We have PPE, the protective gear and equipment, training. We've done a lot of training. And so, with all the experience, I think our staff are feeling really confident now and not as fearful when we first started. The anxiety level has kind of come down. So, yes.
Yeah, kind of a trial by fire, all the medical degrees you have there in the hospital. And when this thing arose, at first it was like, well, there's nothing we can do. But now you're learning, you're seeing the studies. So just, give people a little bit more confidence in the fight against this.
Yeah, and there's been, many successes. The many people that have come here have recovered and have gone home. Unfortunately, there were those who, lost the battle, and again, our condolences and our prayers to the families for those individuals who we lost along the battle. But, for the most part, many have recovered and have gone home.
Yeah, and I think as we head into 2021, there's just a sense of hope out there, with the vaccine, with all these treatments, with the knowledge that we're armed with now. There's a lot of hope for the people.
Right, there is a lot of hope.
And we talked before the vaccine came out, all these projections of, the effectiveness and, reactions and whatnot. Are the numbers we're looking at now kind of falling in line with those projections?
I think so. There are within our hospital. I don't know about outside of the hospital in the community, and I know the public health have been doing really a great job just reaching to the healthcare workers in the community, and now the senior citizens, those who are at 75 years and older, and it's really I'm very impressed that our Manamcos are coming and getting the vaccine. And so that shows their courage, their commitment, and the confidence they have with this vaccine. So
yeah, I've noticed that, and I'm sure you know it as well. As far as us older folks, the stubbornness as far as medical attention. So, what do you think it is that we're seeing the numbers of the Manamku come out when maybe normally they say, "Oh, never mind, I don't need that," or why do you think they have this confidence?
Well, again, they want to protect themselves. They don't want to get the COVID, and they also want to protect their families so that it doesn't get transmitted to the others and their grandchildren and their children. And so, and that's good that they're coming out and their courage. And I really am impressed. I really am excited, and I'm glad that they're coming out.
Yeah, and that's what we need here. We need everybody that can get vaccinated just so we can really knock this out of the park.
Right, as much as we can. Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lillian, I wanted to follow up on some of Andy's questions, going back to the Bamlani VMOB. The 25 doses that we got, or 50, and then 25 went to GMH, 25 went to GRMC. So you used all 25?
No, we haven't. Okay. We've transfused like about 13 of those units to 13 individuals. And, as much as the doctors in the emergency room, when these individuals come in, when they do their assessment, unfortunately, the patients the individuals that come into the emergency room, they're sick. They're quite sick that they don't then meet the criteria. They need to be hospitalized, and so therefore they don't, qualify for the antibodies. And so we're trying. And I don't know if the PAG, the Physician Advisory Group, if they discussed this, that maybe out in the community clinics, because they see those individuals who are not too sick to need the hospital. So maybe that will be the venue for the administration of the Bamlani VMOB in those settings.
Mm-hmm. What about the convalescent plasma? Same sort of situation?
Yes, we've administered I believe, if not 12 units, but 8 individuals. Some of the individuals received 2 units, not just one. Mm-hmm. So we've given about, I can't remember now how many, 11 or 12 units have been administered.
Regeneron, did you guys just receive that? I know we've talked about it in the past, but
Regeneron a couple of weeks ago, but the doctors needed to go through the protocols first, review them, and make sure that they're okay with it. And so they've approved now the protocols.
And so you plan on administering that when? Or
when the doctor, it's all of the doctors, depending on the doctor's prescription of it, ordering of it.
Oh, yes. But it's here on Guam. It
is. Okay. It's have it in our facility, in our pharmacy.
Mm-hmm. Is this through HHS also?
Yes, it is through HHS.
And so how much Regeneron did we get?
I don't have the number right now, but I can certainly get that to you.
Mm-hmm. The Decadron, is that new? Or is that just something you've always had?
The doctors have used that in conjunction with the remdesivir. Mm-hmm. And so that's the treatment modality when they're in their acute stage of this COVID. So the doctors use it in combination with the remdesivir.
Okay. And so going back to the Bamlani VMOB, whatever. We have to wait till all of that is used before we ask for more from HHS?
Well, it seems like depending on because we submit our data through HHS, and depending on our data and the utilization of it, then they replenish the shipment.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you've heard of the new strain that's out there. Do you know if these treatments, or is it just even too early to say whether they would be effective?
Right. They don't have a whole lot of data, but from what I gather in the news, that the vaccine, the companies, Pfizer and Moderna, they think that it will still be effective with this variant. But again, they're still gathering the data and they're doing some testing on it too.
Well, we have seen the hospitalizations really go down. What's the census today?
Today it is 12. We have 12 individuals with the COVID infection, and of the 12, 3 of them are requiring ICU level of care. Of the 3, 2 are on the ventilator support.
Yeah, and I know you spoke with Peter earlier this week. You're making all kinds of renovations over there at the SNU, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We're still working with the contractor in terms of the design.
Really, your final message and to the people of Guam. It's been a rough year for all of us, but most especially over at the Guam Memorial Hospital. You know, there were times where I think I was scared because
we all were. We all were, because this is all totally new, and so. Yes,
but just the fact that the hospital was reaching, that breaking point where, you're breaking out the tents and everything.
Right. Yeah. But, our soldiers pulled through. And it's not just Guam Memorial Hospital. It's the whole island, the whole healthcare system, the GPD, GFD, public health. We just did our work to handle and take care of the situation and fight it out and continue to fight it, because it's not over. We still need to continue the precautionary measures. It's not yet over.
You're right. It's not yet over, and we've got New Year's Eve. Well, it is New Year's Eve, and who knows what people might be doing. Just, I guess, your message.
Yeah.
To stay safe. Your final comments, Lillian, before we let you go.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody who has really, contributed and helped out, and all the many businesses that donated. They donated food, they donated whatever it is that they could donate to the hospital. We really, truly appreciate it. And just everybody rolling up their sleeves and helping out to fight this COVID and working together. There were times when our emotions were high, and so we kind of yell at each other and get at each other and disagree, but that's okay. We're human beings and we all have different perspectives, but at the end of the day, the bottom line is that we are here to help each other get through this and survive this battle, survive this COVID. Right. And then maybe eventually we'll all write a book.
Make a movie.
Well, before we write the book, we need to throw the largest party for the nurses, doctors, and everyone up there at GMH for helping us get through this. I mean, we owe you guys a huge debt.
Yes.
Well, I owe to our staff here, everyone, housekeeper, guards, the nurses, the doctors, they all pulled together to help each other. Well.
All right. Thank you, Lillian. Thank you so much for what you've done for everybody over at GMH, and Happy New Year.
Same to you all. Stay safe.
Stay safe.
All righty. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. We're going to stay in the Zoom room and head over now to the Department of Corrections, where we have got Major Anton Uggen. It's like everybody else, it's been a tough time, and for the Department of Corrections, about 2 months ago, they had an outbreak of COVID after several months of being almost COVID free, but they've managed to overcome, at least the last time we spoke with Anton, that a lot of the people that had contracted COVID-19, the inmates and the officers, had recovered, and so we're still trying to make that connection with him. And once we do, we will bring him on to the show. But for now, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break as we make that connection.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
No worries. So this is the real background.
This is the Internal Affairs office. I'm sitting in Internal Affairs right now.
Okay. So what's happening over at DOC?
Well, our 2 warrior tents that we are setting up will be done today by 12 noon. So we will have these 2 tents set up. There's already a restroom that's being installed right now. The plumbing's being worked on. And so it'll have its own restroom, one for females and one for males. And the domes, we're working on the domes, trying to finish that up, but that's still, the air condition is installed. They're still waiting on some renovations for the restrooms on the domes. DPW is taking care of that project, so I'm not sure when that will be done yet, but it's probably about 70% done. Give it some more time to finish it up.
What about the status of positives, recoveries, active?
So right now we don't have any prisoners that are COVID positive. We do have one that's in the hospital, but he has recovered from the COVID itself. He's there for other reasons now. Our staff they're not COVID positive, but we do have 2 or 3 that are still out for due to the side effects of getting COVID. They're still a little ill, but as of now, nobody is COVID within the Department of Corrections.
Well, that's good to hear that everybody's doing much better over at DOC, because that was quite a scare, because there's nowhere you can really go. It's difficult to do social distancing inside a correctional facility. So but you guys are still moving forward with putting up the warrior tents, fixing the domes. So are you going to use them for other purposes, or what's going to happen?
Well, the warrior tents, again, it's a good isolation unit, so it can be used for other things in the future. Patients with TB or some other things where they may need to be isolated. So we can always use that for other things. The restroom that's outside by it can also be used by our perimeter officers. We have officers on the perimeter area, so that restroom can actually be used for them too when they're out there. And again, it's just in preparation. We're hoping for the best, but you plan for the worst. And right now we're doing well, so hopefully we keep it that way, and we won't have to use those things.
Yeah. Was there any update on getting any sort of rapid testing capabilities for the Department of Corrections? Any updates on that?
Yes, so they're still working on that. We're probably a few weeks out from getting something set up. You're working with the public health on that. And so the rapid testing is going to be, I think we'll be able to do it within 15 minutes, I believe. And so that's going to be mostly used for our current population, to test them when there's symptoms, when they're having issues and things like that. So, but we're still testing all new confinees through the Guam police when they get arrested. Or before people bring new confinees into our facility, they're taken to a testing site and they're given a test. We've had a few refuse to take the test. And so we treat them as a positive until we know more. And so we put them at our isolation unit up at Post 7 in Manila. We have a quarantine unit up there that we were using. So any arrestees that come in that refuse to take the test, they're isolated there. And so far, we've only had about 1 or 2, I think, that's refused to take the test. Everyone else that's coming in has been tested negative.
Okay, so no arrestees positive at all?
No, not at no.
Okay, and the process is still that when they get arrested, they go through GPD who does the testing before handing them over to DOC.
Yeah, the agency that's bringing them in this case, mostly GPD, they get them tested before. So even if the U.S. Marshals or Immigration or they have to be tested first, then they be brought to our facility.
Anton, before we let you go, because we got to go over to Terero, I wanted to follow up on something that happened earlier in the year that we were kind of talking about with the contract for, is it a master plan or a facilities assessment?
Yeah, so a few years back, we have a grant from DOI to help develop a master plan for DOC, right? Start the phase for a master plan. That contract has been awarded to a vendor. It was signed by the contract was signed by the governor, I believe in August. Around August, it was signed. The issue we're having now, not necessarily issue, but it's taking some because of the restrictions placed on travel, those coming into Guam, and of course the COVID in the mainland and some other issues. It's taking the gentleman, a little bit longer for him and his team to come out here. They're hoping to come out here, if not by the end of January, maybe early February, to start the process. Hopefully they're also going to try to get the vaccine themselves, right, and see how that works. And hopefully with the vaccine, maybe the travel restrictions or the quarantine restrictions that are in place now can be lightened up. But we're going to have to see how this thing develops. But there has been a contract awarded, and again, it's just the COVID right now that is kind of slowing everything up right now.
Have you heard anything about someone who may have been arrested, but DOC wouldn't take him? So he was booked and released, and then 2 hours later he was arrested again. Have you heard anything about that?
No, not recently. No, ma'am. No. We have been taking people in I know a while back when before we were doing the testing of GPD, there was some on the minor offenses and things like that. We were we didn't want to take them in unless the charges were very serious. But since we've arranged for the testing to be done prior to coming in, I haven't heard of any complaints. Okay. I have not heard anything.
Incoming, is there anything new with incoming?
Well, we already did one round of incoming. We do have our holiday incoming that's coming up, I believe, by the third week of January. We're still working on the schedule for that. That again, personal hygiene, and then we normally allow a little extra treats, snacks, and things like that for the family to drop off for their loved ones. And again, that'll be probably around the third week of January.
Yeah. Any reports of contraband?
No, not since the last one, no.
All right. I guess that's it. Anton, I really appreciate you coming on the show. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
All right. Stay safe.
Okay.
All right. That was Anton Uggen, major with the Department of Corrections, giving us an update. They've got their warrior tents up. They're finishing up renovations to the dome. And, all of that was really put in motion after there was the outbreak of COVID over at the Department of Corrections. So they're also working on the rapid testing, which I believe he said maybe in a few more weeks, but everything's still in place with the Guam Police Department before they hand them over to DOC. They're doing rapid testing of arrestees there. So we're going to take a break, and we are hoping to connect with Peter Santos, who is going to join us live over at Ukudu High School. So please stay tuned.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Holiday. My name is Master Sergeant Jessica Leon Guerrero. I'm from the Guam Air National Guard, currently deployed and assigned to the 380th ESFS. I just want to wish my family a happy holidays and a happy new year. I miss you and I love you.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of No Benin Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Away from closing out the show, closing out the last show of the year. We're back here with another one. Remember this show, The Link, being brought to you guys by Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. We're back with your host, Sabrina Salas Matinati.
All right, let's go into the Zoom room where we have Peter Santos. He is over at Ukadu High School, where public health is holding another vaccination clinic. Initially, it was supposed to end, I thought, on Wednesday, but here we are, another clinic on Thursday. So good morning, Peter.
Hi, good morning. Hey, Bree. Hey, everybody down there. It's actually the 4th day of vaccinations from Manumku here. So, yeah, I'm here with Janella, and we're going to just get some details about today and how everything's going to go after that. So I'll go ahead and switch it over to Janella for you.
Okay.
Okie dokes. Okay, so like what prompted a 4th day of testing?
Sure. So, we had a really great turnout Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And actually, it was Tuesday night when we decided to add the 4th day. When we saw that large, massive turnout on Tuesday, we realized that, our Manumku really want to get the vaccine. And so we decided, you know what, we've got this great momentum going. We know that our Manumku really want to get vaccinated. And we don't want to be turning them away. 75-year-old and older category is a really vulnerable population. The CDC recognized that. We recognize that. They have been really the hardest hit by this virus, this pandemic. And we want to give them really this great hope to look forward to, especially with the new year coming. So we added a 4th day, an extra day, just for them to really come out. And with the massive turnout, we didn't want them to feel like, there was just a small window of opportunity for them to get the vaccine. So we have now a 4th day. The line is, it's a little slower. It's not as long today. Right now, actually, would be a great time if our Manumku are listening right now, or their caregivers, or their family members are listening or watching to the link. Right now is a really great time actually to come out. We're here opening our doors till 3 or whatever time we reach that 600 limit. Now is a great time to come out. In addition to that, actually, our healthcare personnel, those who fall under the phase 1A category, I know that we initially said that we're opening up a window of 2:30 to 3 o'clock at the end of the day to come and get your vaccine. If you missed your opportunity during the first 3 days to get it, you can actually come at any time as well, because our lines are really slow right now. So you can also come at any time throughout the day today, and we'll go ahead and take you as well.
So how many Manumku were vaccinated to date? Do you have a number on that?
So I know our first day we had 382. Our second day was 643. Yesterday was 715. Now that's a mixture of those who are in the 75 and older category and our healthcare professionals. I don't have the complete breakdown of how many are in the phase 1A and in the phase 1B category. But for our clinic, our total numbers, that's 300, I'm trying to remember, 382 the first day, which was Monday. Tuesday was 643, and then Wednesday was 715. So, I mean, you can see the numbers continue to increase. Today may not be as many because, as you see, our line wasn't as long when we opened our doors. So it may not be as many, but ultimately we're glad to be able to, get our Manumku and our healthcare professionals vaccinated.
Are you expecting anything different for the second dose of the vaccine, being that it's going to have to be administered, a certain amount of days after the first one? So, that day 2, I believe there's about 900 Manumku. So do you have any plans to mitigate, traffic and whatnot in the future?
Right. So that's another thing too that we are looking forward to. January 7th is the first day for the healthcare professionals. We have to start planning for that. We realize that we may not have Ukadu High School as a venue. So we are looking at the possibility of the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse as a venue. And so we have to, of course, start planning on logistically how the operations will flow, and also for our Manumku as well. So, and it may not be UOG Calvo Fieldhouse for all the days that we hold a vaccination clinic. for the phase 1A and phase 1B. We're looking at the possibility of other venues as well. So we are going to, of course, start planning for the vaccination clinic for phase 1A and phase 1B.
Have you received any communications from anybody, perhaps from the feds, that kind of brought you up to speed on the new COVID strain that's emerged in the UK?
We do have a Bureau of Emerging and Infectious Diseases that is, of course, keeping an eye and closely monitoring the situation. So definitely it's something that we are, looking into. The one thing that we do know is that this new strain is, the one thing that the CDC is saying is that studies are showing that although it may be more infectious, it appears as though perhaps the vaccine that we are using right now to protect us against COVID-19 may possibly be effective against it as well. But I know our government, the administration of public health is doing all it can to ensure that we keep ourselves protected against the COVID-19 vaccine and any possibility of new strains that may reach Guam, and hopefully it doesn't. So we are closely monitoring that situation as well.
So since we're heading into the new year, it looks like you guys pretty much got a feel of what the vaccination process is like. So when can we expect the next mass community testing?
We initially, as I mentioned, we initially had planned the mass community testing actually for today. It was supposed to be today, but because of the large turnout for our Manampu, we decided to turn today, Thursday, December 31st, into another vaccination clinic. We're actually going to have one next week, Monday and Tuesday at GCC. It's going to be from 10 to 12 noon. So from 9 to 10 will actually be for GCC, but from 10 to 12 it'll be open to the public and it'll be at GCC. We do plan to officially announce it, but we did arrange it with the GCC administration. So from 10 to 12 noon it'll be open to the public, and that'll be located at GCC. But we will make the announcement, the official announcement, so that we can inform the public exactly where at GCC and how many tests we'll allocate for those 2 days, and exactly where, what areas to pull up to, where to drive in, and the exit locations. We'll make those official announcements.
So keeping in the line of testing, do you have anything about the airport's implementation of rapid testing for arrivals?
I know that is something that's being discussed and planned out. The Physicians Advisory Group is also working with Dr. Lin, and so at GDD as well. So I know it's still very much in the infancy stages, but definitely it's something that it's a tool that's going to be used in terms of quarantine management. It's still a little too early to tell at this point how it's going to effectively manage, in terms of tourism and testing for incoming travelers. But, I think it's something that we can definitely use going forward in terms of reopening our economy. But I know that they are in the discussion phase right now.
Awesome. And so being that this is the last link of the year, do you have any message you'd like to say to the people of Guam?
Definitely. It's been such a crazy ride for 2020. But I just want to wish everybody a very, very, very happy new year. 2021 hopefully brings us, something better to look forward to. That's my wish for everybody in the new year. And I just want to thank the entire community for, coming together. I know it's been a very challenging, difficult 2020, but I think once toward the end of the year, I think we all kind of came together. I want to thank the media. I want to thank KUAM for being there, very supportive and bringing our message across to the community. And of course, everybody else, the people of Guam for being very supportive. And just looking forward to 2021 to bring us, new hope, and hopefully putting 2020 behind us, learning from it, and hopefully COVID-19 goes away in 2021. That's my hope for the new year.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Janelle. I appreciate your time.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. So yeah, Bree, everything is looking a lot different than day 2.
Right.
So a lot slower, a lot smoother. Actually, the Manamka that I've seen being dropped off actually don't even spend a minute outside. Everybody kind of just gets escorted into the building. They got snacks and drinks outside. Everybody seems to be in pretty good spirits. So it looks like our Manamku either all got vaccinated or they're waiting for the next round.
All right. Thanks a lot, Peter.
Thank you so much. See you guys soon.
All right. See you guys. See you soon. Again, as Peter and Janella were mentioning, that if you are 75 years of age or older, now would be a good time if you want to go get vaccinated to head over to Ugadu High School. I do have just a couple of things to pass along before we wrap up the show. We just got information from the Guam Fire Department spokesperson Kevin Riley just after 7:30 this morning. This is today. E911 Center received a call for an injured hiker at the Seti Bay area. Rescue units were dispatched to the scene and made their way to the hiker. They are currently bringing the 74-year-old woman back to the trailhead where a GFD ambulance is standing by. Again, that is a developing story from the Guam Fire Department. We also just got information that the governor has signed the programmatic agreement for training and testing along with Rear Admiral John Manoni. Of course, he is the commander of Joint Region Marianas and the Guam State Historic Preservation Officer. Again, that's regarding the military training and testing within the surrounding waters of the island of Guam. The Programmatic Agreement for Training and Testing, PAT, outlines the management for protection of historic and culturally significant sites while critical training and testing activities for military readiness takes place. Again,
okay, I got something too, because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've been like dashing in and out of the room most of the morning. One of the things that always happens, it's an island tradition here. It happens each and every New Year's Day is, with Guam being such a family-oriented community, we like to recognize the first baby born every single year. And of course, because where Guam is America's Day begins, it's technically and literally the first baby born on United States soil. So I've had the privilege of being able to cover that the last 7 years, and the last few years we've actually done Facebook live streams, and we'll go into the room, talk to mom and dad, find out who they are, and then there's a big presentation of gifts and everything from our friends at Archway. I've been going back and forth with them. I even asked Dr. Shea, and I was like, how do you think they're going to do this? Because obviously with social distancing and health concerns and everything, no one's going to be allowed in the room. And there is still going to be the family of the first baby born after midnight is going to be presented with a very large prize package worth several $1,000s, again, courtesy of Archway, so that's really, really cool. We should know right after midnight who the first baby born is, and people always share that, and it's always a great source of pride for our community. And then right around 10, Archway is going to have they're going to have some pictures and have a presentation package of letting people know exactly who the sponsors are and what that family will be receiving for being the first baby born on United States soil for next year. I always love doing that story. It's such a fun feel-good story.
well, good, because you're working on Friday.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm trying to line up my day tomorrow too. I was like, we got a bunch of stuff to do, but yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I was actually thinking. I was like, man, I'm not going to be able to do that this year, which technically is next year.
Yeah. All right. That is it for our last show of 2020. We invite you to please join us tonight, not just for prime time at 6 o'clock, but also our KUAM News special, Hindsight 2020, where we reflect back on this past year and look forward to 2021. So thank you, everybody, for joining us on this journey with the link and initially with Containing COVID. We really appreciate everybody who stuck with us joining us for this show. So please be safe tonight in whatever it is that you plan on doing. If you do go out and drink, have a designated driver, please. Wear your masks, practice your social distancing, and of course, wash your hands.
Don't shoot your guns into the air. remember, you're responsible for every round. So just be safe. We don't need anything that's caused by people being stupid to get this year started. We've got enough to worry about. And you mentioned, Bree, back in the containing COVID days, how many months now, and we're getting ready to roll into a new year, how the show has evolved, how it's grown, how the response has been. I mean, we never thought back at the beginning of 2020 that we'd be here, and so things change. And I know just as well as you guys that, at the stroke of midnight, it's not a magical spell that's going to be lifted. We've still got a lot of work to do. But like we've talked to every, director and person here on the show, there's a lot of hope. There's a lot of good things to look forward to. We're making progress. And so, we're done with 2020, but like I said, there's still work to do. But if we just do what we're supposed to, I think it's going to be all right.
I hope so.
Very well said.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Ready.
Be safe.
All right. So we're...
Jason's going to say it, isn't it? He's going to say, see you next year.
Yeah, we leave you with...
We had like 2 or 3 guests who already beat me to the punch. Wait, who was the first one who did that? It was Josh.
Yeah, it was LT. By the way, happy belated birthday to the Lieutenant Governor. So.
Oh, happy birthday, LT.
All right, Vic, take us out.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Wow, that's it.
That's it.
That's all she wrote. Bye, Felicia. Bye, 2020. What a crazy year. And again, guys, we'll see you guys next year on another. Sorry, Jason. I said
that's all you. I just can't imagine our last show of the year. We're gonna end it with "Bye, Felicia." Really? All the work we've done that year, and we're ending it with "Bye, Felicia." Wow.
Hey, why not? It's been a crazy year.
All right, so
we can end it however we want to end it, right?
Why not? So here it is, closing it out with another one. It's Holiday Cheer with Joe Guam, right here on the link, and we'll see you guys. Bye. Bye. Happy New Year. Viva.
Half a Day Holiday Cheer is brought to you by Guam Windward Memorial.
Dan ni pandaritas na fan palangpan todo y profecía está munadan. Dan ni pandaritas na fan palangpan todo y profecía está munadan. Publi pat konta gilid dan bile ngasen ya sonya kulen dogagwi dan ni pandaritas na fan palangpan todo y profecía está munadan dan ni pandaritas na fan palangpan todo y profecía está munadan. Pobli pat konta nina fot gungwi nu ula gunana satinang sigwi dan ni pandaritas na fan palangpan todo y profecía está munadan dan ni pandaritas na fan palangpan todo y profecía está munadan. Setapan maguf, naguf ni dopli, todui profesia, munazan makompli. Dan ni pandaritas, nafan palangpan, todui profesia, esta munazan. Dan ni pandaritas, nafan palangpan, todui profesia, esta munazan.